Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Themis and Thoth. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. Go and get that. How is everyone doing? I wanna highlight for us today. Coco the lawyer. I keep calling her Coco the attorney, and I don't know why, but it's Coco the lawyer. And she said, live schedule for 6:05. Team is finna be here no earlier than 6:10. I would like my apology written. I would like Team Teameth, period. Hey Chelsea. At Chelsea. Drop double beamer. Grass green button. Is it like get the green now? More chief from me head. It look like pizza. BB. Anyway, hi, Sober Bobo. How are you? How are you? All right. First things first, second thing second, and third thing third. Um, it didn't work. My mom was incorrect. It did not work. It did not work. What I was do my mom did not like that the white backdrop washed me out, right? So she said, put a curtain over there, no curtain over there, blah blah blah. It didn't work. I probably need to get it doesn't matter. Y'all are not here for that. Happy Friday, everyone. Get your sarcity. Oh, that is hot. How are you all doing? We have a lot of mess to get into. Jason Whitlock was called a token. Jason Whitlock was called a Jason Whitlock was called a token by Nick Fuentes, and I feel like I shouldn't care and I shouldn't laugh, but we gonna watch it and we gonna laugh. We gonna watch it and we gonna laugh. Um, Foreign man in a foreign land did a video with some people about the stats around black men not going to school. And I want to talk about that. We have a lot to get into, a lot to get into. So we're going to get ready. The thing is, I didn't realize people would be crashing out on the reality that black men don't go to school currently. I thought that was like a well known thing. Like, honestly, the fact that this is like not known is quite interesting to like I thought we've been I thought we've been I thought we've been past that. The lace curtain giving dog Victorian and I love it. Period. I appreciate that. I appreciate. Well, I'll tell my mom this all look good. Like there's a lot we need to get into, but let's warm up. Let's get into the mood. She in her mood. Let's get into the mood together. Um, there's something. There's a post that I don't think is real. There's a post that I don't think is real, but we still gonna read it, and I want y'all's opinion on this post. Ready? It says, "Whew, my husband of 6 years is divorcing." My husband of 6 years is divorcing me because he discovered that our firstborn is not his child. A friend sold me out, and my husband demanded a paternity test, which came out negative. The child is 5 this year. I am I wrong? Wait, sorry, I didn't realize she was asking a question. Yeah. I thought she said I am wrong, but girl, she asking. She said she. I need to not do that. I need to not laugh because when I laugh, my can't touch me like Gojo. Look good in all my photos. Anyway, when I laugh, I lose my voice. Am I wrong to think my husband is overreacting? Yeah, yeah. When I said right before I came on and I read this, I did not realize she was asking a question. I thought she was making a statement that I am wrong. I don't know how I read this, but I thought she was making a statement for saying, this gotta be rage bait. It gotta be rage bait. Because the audacity is absolutely diabolical. This kind of audacity is absolutely diabolical. Am I wrong to think my husband is overreacting? He loves this child and has been a good. You want to know what I thought about when I saw this? You know that song from Live Jennings and what's her name? The winner of X Factor, Fantasia. You know that song where they were talking about chicken wings and God is going to give you wings? I think it's called like hypothetically, I'm something hypothetical. I don't know, some hypothetical question, girl. I don't remember the name of the song, but hypothetical was in the name. And so that's what I remembered. He loves this child and has been a good father from birth. Why is he letting a mere test? A mere test is diabolical. A mere, a mere, a mere, a mere test. Sorry. Oh my God, I can't stop myself from laughing. This is not good. A mere test is diabolical. I don't think the test is the problem. Why is he letting a mere test change all this? The child is still the same. ah, the child is still the same, intelligent, humble, loving, and cute. Also not his. Also, also not him. Also not his. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why can't we pray? Nothing God can fix. Look, the, the child is still the same, intelligent, humble, loving, and cute. Why can't we pray about it and invite God to our house? I think we're done inviting other men to the house. I think we're done. I think I think your husband is done, finished. And I think she done. I think he is done inviting her. I am so drained right now. Is, is, is the audacity, is the audacity, is the audacity to be drained, is the audacity, is the, is the, is the audacity to be drained after doing all this. I don't think this is real. I think this is some rage bait foolishness. um, male modern males always breaking up the Please remember to like the video. Women is men feel I love this for us now. Period. All right. So I just wanted that to warm up. I forgot that I decided not to laugh at the beginning of my stream or do anything like that at the beginning of my stream because my throat, like, I don't know. You know those people who are just like not meant for yelling? I'm I want to I'm one of those people. I don't think I was meant to yell. All right. So I'm also slightly under the weather. Not really, but like the Discord has had me up till like 2, 3 o'clock at night. On TikTok, and we are doing things on TikTok that we have no business doing on TikTok. My entire Discord and I, we are on TikTok doing things we have no business doing on TikTok. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much for being here with me. We are going to go into the videos now. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Happy Friday. Grab your coffee, water, tea. I feel weird, so I'm getting Cersei tea, and I look like the color has been drained from my face. So yeah, let's do it. Yay. Oh, to the window. All right. The first set of foolishness we're going to watch is someone made me aware of Just Hilarious going on Club Shay Shay. And ain't nothing good ever come from Club Shay Shay besides Cat Williams. And so I'm sitting here like, let me go watch this. No, I didn't. I didn't watch that. I said, let me go watch it. And I clicked it, and then I decided, absolutely not. Is your camera quality higher? No. I'm still using the Logitech. I mean, I have a bunch of different cameras, but for live streaming, I use the web. I use the webcam. All right, let's get. So this is what was happening apparently, and apparently, Just Hilarious made the blogs. This was like last week, and she was up there talking about how she adore Kirk and Rasheeda's marriage. And I was Googling because I knew it wasn't the same Kirk and Rasheeda that I know of. It can't be the same Kirk and Rasheeda I know. The Kirk and Rasheeda where Kirk has babies out there on his wife, kept cheating on his wife, have women coming to his. I actually thought I'd done this last week, but apparently I didn't review this last week. So here we are. Kirk has three.
We'll say this, and I don't care who get mad at me. I love Kirk and Rasheeda from Love and Hip Hop Atlanta.
Okay.
That is a perfect example of a marriage going through everything, and a marriage standing every test and fighting through it and actually getting through it. And that's partnership right there. That's work.
How long?
Yo, tell me that's not absolutely insanity. The only reason you would say that is if your relationship is trash. The only reason. How are you sitting there praising the resilience? Mind you, do you want the word resilience to be used in describing your marriage? Because the way that I see this is she likes their resilience in their marriage. And so when I think about resilience, I'm thinking about why you have to be resilient. And it's because your man keep cheating on you. It's because
In the relationship before we stop sending our representative out? Is it a month? Is it 6 months? Is it a year? Cause we know we gotta send a representative.
Damn right. Look, what you see is what you get now. Earlier on, look, I used to talk different when I used to be like, yeah, like, so, like, what do you think? Like, no, I've always listened to that song. Like, and then that would be my representative for the first 30 days. And I'd be like, what you talking about? Like, what you mean? Okay, no, I never said that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
That is what I needed to add to it. She is saying she loved their relationship. And she's no longer trying to be whatever, which I like, be yourself or whatever, right? When I couple those two things together, it feels like she's like, I am not married now. I'm not waiting till I'm married for any, or waiting for a long time in relationship to show who I am. And this is the relationship out of every single relationship I could have pointed to. Out of like, you could have done Sierra and Russell, right? Even if they're doing things behind the scene, we don't know. And so you could have pointed to any relationship, and the relationship that you decided that you would praise and pedestalize is Kirk and Rasheeda. And then you go into a discussion about your own relationship. I think there's no reason to think this. This is just my opinion. I think that she is priming us for when her man cheat and she don't leave. I think that's what. And you want to know something? You don't have to do all this. I don't think she has to. Ain't nobody expecting her to leave. And I don't expect her to leave. She does not expect her to leave. She is not about to leave. By God, she gonna stay together. Talking about by God, did you all see Marvin Sapp trapping them people in the church? Talking about God, can I find this? Did y'all see Marvin Sapp trapping them people in the church? I'm gonna tell you a story about why I hate going to the church now. Well, not hate. Hate is a strong word. I like going to big churches. I like going to big churches. I don't like going to small churches because I don't like people knowing me in the church. Because one thing I'm not gonna do is tithe. I'm not doing it. I am not. I don't adhere to any tithing principle. I do not tithe. I only give money to churches when I feel like giving money to churches. I am not about to be on your list. I am not about to give you money because you asked me to. I don't care nothing about none of that. The Bible said it's easier to get for a rich man to get through the eye of a needle than get into heaven. So I don't care nothing about the prosperity gospel. I don't care. And you are not going to shame me. And people get mad. When I just started my career, I found a church that I thought would have been my home. And people were mad because I was sitting there and they passed the thing to me and I passed it over me. Like, I'm not, what do you mean? I didn't feel the spirit. The spirit didn't move me to give today. Oh, you don't have cash? We have Cash App. I never said that. I never told you I don't have cash. Why are you standing right beside me with a white glove on, looking in my face, asking me if I wanted to pay via some other method because I don't have cash? No, I do not. I saw the tray that you gave to me and I politely handed it off. Why are you talking to Why are you talking to me? Because here's the thing. You think you're going to pressure me into paying because you think I'm going to be ashamed looking at you while you're speaking to me and everyone is looking at me. I'm not. You didn't work for my money. I am not. There are poor people in this church, and until you start giving money to the poor, I'm not giving money to you. So it is what it is. Oh my God, but you should try. You should. No, I'm not. No, 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 no. This is my first day here. My first day here, one of the first questions you asked me was what was my career. Before you knew my name, you knew my career. Absolutely not. I don't have it. I'm Tasha K to the foolishness. I don't got it. So I felt this experience slightly, and it's very revolting, and I never went back.
Lead and leadership lead, and they understand the cost that is involved. There's 1,000 of you. I said close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors.
Close it. This very moment, I would have got up and walked out. And if I could not walk out, I'm suing you for entrapment. What do you mean? False imprisonment. You're getting sued. You're getting dragged. I am becoming very annoying. I'm being very loud. I am being extremely loud. How you gonna kidnap me? You gonna kidnap me, God? By the way, I'm joking. None of this was illegal. I was just joking. How you gonna kidnap me in God's house? What do you mean? Close them doors. We're not. I am leaving. I am walking out of here. I'm getting up and I'm walking out.
Close the doors. We all gonna leave together. Y'all ain't going no place but to the restaurant. There's 1,000 of you tonight, and those that are watching, it's 1,000 that's watching online. This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. I'm challenging each of you all down here to give a $20 seed. I just think $20.
Yeah, that $20 seed is nasty work. A $20 seed, a $20 seed is absolutely diabolical and nasty work. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. You are not going to. The kind of religious manipulation that goes on, right, is insane. The fact that we're getting people who are, some of us aren't doing well financially. We go to church and we hold on to the little faith we have. The fact that these leaders are using faith to manipulate people and force you into donating to them is absolutely wild. What do you mean you want us to give $20? What if I don't have $20? This is out of pocket. By the way, I'm not going to respond to or use his tweets or him coming back and talking about what he meant. We don't care. We saw very clearly what you meant. We saw that you locked them people in and you forced them, yes, force them into giving you money. Mind you, right before this clip, he was talking about how he was behind on some certification and he had to go and pay for it. So because he had to pay for it, he now comes out and tries to get these people to give him more money. No, absolutely not. You're trash. The church, this church right now is trash for being the people behind him, not the members. The people behind him, the leaders in the church, for letting him do this. I don't care if you're Marvin Sapp or Marvin Sour Sapp. I don't care. You're trash. That's trash. And you know it is trash. Like, how do you even... I'm glad when this initially happened that I didn't see it, because I think I was about that time for a year long. I've been on this journey of like, am I Christian? Am I not Christian? I don't know. I don't fully know. I'm glad I didn't see it, because I would just come in here, drag the church and start, and then move on with it. I would have come on, drag the church, and then move on with my life.
That's a lot of money. $20, believe it or not, when my late wife, Melinda P. Sapp, was alive, was a good date. I could take her to the movies, buy a box of popcorn, get one soda, 2 straws. I wouldn't.
Why do y'all listen to these men, myself included? Why do y'all listen? If I'm speaking about church and I'm preaching, please just assume that I'm manipulating you. This is how I view everyone who uses the gospel, every single one. Whenever I see someone using the gospel to justify anything, I just assume they're manipulating, point blank, period. Is he sweating? Is he sweating through? I just saw it too. Is he sweating? Maybe it's the design. Maybe this is the design of his clothing. maybe maybe it's the design of his clothing, but this looks like he's sweating. I feel like you need to worry about a lot more than just taking people's money.
Cheap, that's swag. I was looking in her eyes, she's looking in mine. Can't do that no more. Now, everyone up here, we've all sold and seeded, but I need everyone standing up here with us, with me, to plant a seed of $100. Because again, it costs to sit up here. I got you. Let's see. So put your 20 away, preachers. That 20 wasn't for you. And this is what I need.
No. Don't feel bad for the preachers. It is my belief that this is not spur of the moment. It is my belief that all of these preachers are in on it. It is my belief that whatever conference they're at, all of the preachers behind them already agreed to either give 100 or not give any, right? And pretend that they're going to give 100 to get the congregation to give the 20 that they want to give. I do not believe for a second this was impromptu. Not for a second. It's not theft in the direct sense of the word, and I can put that out there, but you know what I think. This is trash. This is high-level manipulation happening in the church. It is demonic. None of this is about God. This is demonic. Trash. This is not the only reason why people are not going into the church. Like, there's a myriad of reasons why people have stopped going to church, right? So I'm not going to make it the determinative thing around church attendance. However, it is this scammer-esque approach to the communities that they're supposed to be serving that I think disincentivizes people from going or trusting in the church in part.
I need you to do, if you're giving electronically or even if you're giving tangibly, I'm gonna have y'all come to the altar and give it, because I need to see 1,000 people moving. Bring them baskets. I want the baskets up here. I want to see the folk. Y'all start moving. Y'all can bring it right now. Come. Even if you're...
He didn't just snap. Yeah, church got y'all in a chokehold. Even as a Christian, it would never happen to me. This would never. This is trash. Participating in it is trash. All of this is trash, demonic.
You're giving tangibly, just put your hand on take your phone and stick it on the bucket. Shh. Giving is worship. Giving is worship. Giving is worship.
And giving is worship. How about you start giving money to poor people? I'm gonna end this before I say something that I can't take back. I'm gonna end it with this. I mean, it's almost done anyways, but I'm gonna end it before I say something giving is worship is gross and nasty work while you're trying to get people to give you their hard-earned money. That is absolutely insane. That is insane. You know what? Let's go to our boys. Let's go to the meat of the matter. Maybe he knows God has any 125% tariff on them prayers. Yo, no. This tariff thing that is happening with Trump and China, also Canada and Mexico, right? The 90-day pause is outside of China, right? Like, the Chinese tariff is not only still in place, but was increased. Here's the issue. I have been bothering my friend who does economic work. Like, he studied macroeconomics. He had his PhD. He's doing whatever he's doing, right? And I've been bothering him for like a good month now to explain to me what he thinks the best outcome for let's do the trade. You brought it up, so let's do the discussion. What he believes the reason for Trump and the trade war and the tariffs were, because my major wasn't economics, micro or macro, right? But I did take a couple of classes in uni, right? And even though I talk about this, I've been thinking that maybe I have a fundamental misunderstanding of what is happening. So before we go to Black men going to school and not being able to go to school, let's do the tariff thing quickly. Let's do the tariff thing quickly. The three stated reasons for Trump's tariffs, right? I would have asked the usher if God stopped bullets because I'm leaving. Period. Period. I'm glad you reminded me because I might have not gone into this because people have whatever. It's fine. The three stated goals, let's find them, were raise money for taxes. That's like revenue, right? Pod Save America discussed a lot of these, not maybe in the list that I'm providing, but they talked about it a lot. So it is revenue. You're taxing these foreign companies when we are importing goods, right? So you're taxing the importing companies for importing and selling foreign goods. They then send it off to the customers. But you claim it's for revenue, right? That's one. Two, you said it's to negotiate trade deals. This, by the way, is illegal. And I'm not sure why we're not pushing the fact that, well, this is for emergencies and to negotiate is not an emergency. And there was a third goal of localizing manufacturing. The first goal, to raise money for taxes, and the second goal, to negotiate better trade deals, they're inconsistent with the third goal, which is to localize manufacturing. For you to localize manufacturing, what essentially has to happen is you have to make the tariffs so hard and so high for companies outside of America to decide. They have to make a determination that it is cheaper to build in America. And so they have to move all of their manufacturing costs in America and provide goods in America at a price that Americans can buy. That is not going to happen. Not in any major way. And so now I'm thinking Trump, and this is what I've always thought, I'm thinking Trump is essentially trying to do something and then announce a win without having a win. You remember when he announced that Canada and Mexico capitulated, but when you looked at what they agreed to, it was things that were already agreed under the Biden administration, right? And I think that's what he wants to do again. The problem, however, is why would you throw the economy in what could lead to a recession, if not a depression? Why would you do that just to announce a win? It does not make sense to me. And I'm thinking, no, it is not possible that someone is that daft. Like, I don't think, even still, I don't think the people, even Scott Bessent, like being around him and listening to him do lectures, you would think this man is smart. And I do still think he's smart. So there are smart people around Trump, but these smart people look dumb in the defense of Trump tariffs. And so I'm very confused as to the justification. I am super confused as to the justification. All right. So let's get into what they were talking about initially. I do have some videos. This was not a part of the outline today, but I was looking into some stuff. So let's do it. This is what Trump had to say, uncouth as he is. This is what Trump had to say about the tariffs.
In the first 4 years, we had the most successful country in history in terms of economics. We had an 88% increase in the stock markets. We had an 88% increase. There's never been any president that had an 88% increase. We had 88%. And there were a lot of happy people. And I think we're going to do much better than that this time, because this time I'm doing what I want to do with respect to the tariffs. I think we're going to do much better. And just remember the numbers. When you get up to $2 billion a day, $2 billion a day, they're saying, sir, can't be that, can it? I said, yeah, it can. It's the biggest transaction ever made. This is bigger than any deal. You guys, some of you work for companies. Your companies are peanuts. I don't care how big they are. Compared, this is the largest transaction in the history of our country. And don't let some of these politicians go around saying, because I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir. And then I'll see some rebel Republican, some guy that wants to grandstand, say, I think that Congress should take over negotiations. Let me tell you, you don't negotiate like I negotiate. Congress.
I totally believe he can tank the economy and bounce it back. He'll say, look what we inherited. Look at what I did. Best economy recover, best. Yeah, that's the problem, because he inherited a good, growing economy, right? And so this playing with the stock market is one thing. The second thing is, and I found it so gross, that everyone is engaging in people with monies that they don't need, right? In savings, were able to buy up the dip, still doing it to this day. And the people without money were withdrawing, right, from the stock market. And so it really feels insidious when you watch rich people get richer over a period of week with no input outside of poor people literally just could not engage. And that for me is insane. It's time to... No, I mean, if you are aware and you know and you have a financial advisor, then you engage in this. But it is unfortunate. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm going to leave that alone for now. All right. So he's talking about other country kissing his you-know-what, and he's not going to do anything different. He's going to stay the course. He's strong. He's tough. And then I went to find Scott Bessent. When it comes to economic work, I just assumed this would be the person who is holding Trump. I don't know why I thought this, but I just thought Scott Bessent was going to be the smart adult in the room in terms of policy making. I apologize for that. I've never said it on here, but there's a part I've heard him speak before when I was in uni, and I've looked at his work. He was renowned for his intellect, and here we are.
And joining me now is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Secretary Bessent, welcome back to Meet the Press.
It's good to see you.
It's great to have you back after a very big week. Let's start with the market reaction to President Trump's announcement of his tariffs. As I just laid out at the top of the program, the markets lost more than $6 trillion in value. Was this disruption always part of the plan, Mr. Secretary?
Look, Chris, markets are organic, animals, and you never know what the reaction is going to be. One thing that I can tell you as the Treasury Secretary, what I've been very impressed with is the market infrastructure that we had record.
You are impressed with the market infrastructure. What about the market? What about the market? You are impressed with the market. I was watching, what's his name? The Daily Show. I was watching he got dragged on the Daily Show for this, so I don't even have to do it. But how are you going to sit there and say you're impressed with the market infrastructure? Cool, that's great. How about the market itself? Jon Stewart dragged him for it, yes. Welcome to the membership jubilee.
Thing that I can tell you as the Treasury Secretary, what I've been very impressed with is the market infrastructure, that we had record volume on Friday, and everything is working very smoothly. So the American people,
Yeah, the stock market is working smoothly. If you want to invest, you can invest. If you don't want to invest, you can choose not to invest. It's working. Yeah. That's cute. How about the stock market though? We know it's working. We know it's working because people are withdrawing.
Be very take great comfort in that. And in terms of the market reaction,
he said you can take comfort that the market the infrastructure is working.
be very take great comfort in that. And in terms of the market reaction, look, we get these short-term market reactions from time to time. The market consistently underestimates Donald Trump. I remember that.
So when the market is failing, it's because they're underestimating Donald Trump. I thought you are the one who play for the market. You are the one who controls the market. You are the one who engages with the market. But now you're blaming the market for misunderstanding what y'all doing. That's what that is. That your final answer? is that your final answer? He know this is not a dumb man. Let me be very clear. This is not a dumb man. This man is not dumb. So it is wild to see him up here like so we just gonna pretend. We just gonna pretend like nothing is happening. It's just normal everyday business. Period.
In 2016, the night President Trump won, the market crashed. And it turned out he was going to be the most pro-business president in over a century, maybe in the history of the country. And we went on to very high.
So he's just going to pretend like we don't know what market uncertainty and how the markets react to uncertainty. We just go pretend that's not a thing, and that the direct cause of what's happening with our economy, as far as the stock market, isn't a direct link to Trump and his announcement of tariffs. Just go, oh, it just happened here, happened there, crash here, crash there. Crash every period. This is insane coming from him. He might be smart, but he's spineless. So how important is intellect when you're spineless?
After inflation returns for the next 4 years.
Well, but this was the biggest two-day crash since the pandemic. The president on Saturday urging people, quote, to hang tough, saying it won't be easy.
He knew. I'm glad you said it. But he already knew. He has not, at no point does he actually address the stock market. He said the infrastructure is working smoothly. Okay, girl, period. Thank you.
The pandemic, the president on Saturday urging people, quote, to hang tough, saying it won't be easy. And I guess, but this was the biggest two-day crash since the pandemic. The president on Saturday urging people, quote, to hang tough, saying it won't be easy. And I guess the big question on people's minds, Mr. Secretary, how difficult is it going to be? And how long are Americans going to have to hang tough?
Well, again, I reject that, the assumption. There doesn't have to be a recession. Who knows how the market is going to react.
Wait, did she say recession just now? I don't know what this meant. Wait, maybe she did and I missed it.
Was the biggest two-day crash since the pandemic. The president on Saturday urging people, quote, to hang tough, saying it won't be easy. And I guess the big question on people's minds, Mr. Secretary, how difficult is it going to be? And how long are Americans going to have to hang tough?
Well,
so did she say the word recession at any point? Sorry, one more time. I'm so sorry. This is very annoying, but I just don't want to put words in people's mouths.
For the next 4 years.
Well, but this was the biggest two-day crash since the pandemic. The president on Saturday urging people, quote, to hang tough, saying it won't be easy. And I guess the big question on people's minds, Mr. Secretary, how difficult is it going to be? And how long are Americans going to have to hang tough?
Well,
she said nothing about a recession. she She said, let me go.
Again, I reject that the assumption. There doesn't have to be a recession.
His analysis. Let me tell you what just happened. Let me tell you what just happened. His analysis, he understands if this continues the way it goes, there is a recession. That's what he came up with, right? Mentally. And he's addressing his own scenario that he came up with. He is like, there doesn't have to be a recession. If I were her, I was like, recession. You said recession.
Who knows how the market is going to react in a day, in a week. What we are looking at is building the long-term economic fundamentals for prosperity that I think the previous administration had put us on a course toward financial calamity.
But it's just in terms of the uncertainty, I think, that people are feeling and seeing. And President Trump saying he wants people to hang tough, acknowledging there's going to be what he has described as a short period of pain. Can you help provide some clarity for folks? How long will this period of uncertainty be? Are we talking about weeks? Are we talking about months? Are we talking about years?
Again, this is an adjustment process. What we saw with President
Yeah, look, girl. Look, I have no control. This is what he said. I have no control. I also think this is weird and ridiculous. I'm just here to try to do my job. This man, how long is this going? How long do we expect this to go? He's like, girl, I honest to God don't know. And I know he doesn't know because we're going to play clips of him that I say for a live stream I wanted to do this weekend, which I can't do. He's essentially going to say Trump is not about to back down, blah, blah, blah. We're in it. It's not a negotiation. And then Trump is going to come out and be like, yep, we're going to pause for 90 days. This is, in fact, a negotiation. I don't feel bad. His professional reputation, I heard someone talking about this the other day, that his professional reputation is going to be tanked.
About years?
Again, this is an adjustment process. What we saw with President Reagan when he brought down the great inflation and we got past the Carter malaise, that there was some choppiness at that time, but he held the course, and we're going to hold the course. And this has been years.
We're going to hold the course. The next day, Trump announced a pause. we're going to hold the course. Do you think Trump is playing with his cabinet? Do you think Trump sent them out there? Do you think Trump sent them out there to say random stuff and then just undermine them? Because we know we're at a pause right now, right? So we know him saying we're about to stay the course isn't true. We're gonna stay the course. Rewatching this, I watched this, and my laugh at him was how he pretends to not understand basic economics, and I know he does, right? But rewatching it I have a different perspective because he just doesn't know. He literally just does not know what's happening. Because he's like, we're going to stay the course. No one is about to say that if they know Trump is going to put a 90-day pause. Maybe he meant the uncertainty course. Maybe that's what he meant.
Years in the building, years in the making. This unsustainable system, our trading partners have taken advantage of us. We can see that through the large surpluses. We can see this through the large budget deficits. And also, Chris, this is a national security problem.
Budget deficit, maybe. There's no one with a brain that thinks that a surplus automatically means that you're being taken advantage of. America is a consumer country. What do you think is going to happen? Trump is trying to make it a manufacturing company. So, I mean, period. But
problem, which we saw during COVID. We saw during COVID that optimal supply chains are not resilient. And what I could say is the only good outcome from COVID is it was a beta test for what would happen if our supply chains got broken. And President Trump has decided that we cannot be at risk like that for our crucial medicines, for semiconductors, for shipping. And we are going to move forward so the American people can know that they are going to have a more secure future.
And yet,
then why not do targeted tariffs? Why not find the companies, find the sectors that you think is important for America to engage in and do targeted tariffs? Why not do that? You did something similar the first term. This don't make no sense. And you know it makes no sense because I am not an economist. I actually do think in this realm, this is his wheelhouse. And the fact that he pretending here like he don't know what's happening is kind of weird. No, he's not pretending he doesn't know. He actually doesn't. He doesn't know what Trump is about to do. And he knows that he has to defend everything Trump does.
President Trump promised that he was going to improve the economy starting on day one. He said prices are going to come down. More than 160 million Americans, Mr. Secretary, as you know, are invested in the market. Many of them have spent their lives saving for their retirement. What is your message to Americans who want to retire right now and who've just seen their lifetime savings drop significantly?
Well, I think that's a false narrative. Americans who want to retire right now, the Americans who have put away for years in their savings account, I think they don't look at the day-to-day fluctuations of what's happening. And, in fact, most Americans don't have everything in the market. Most Americans in a 401k have what's called a 60-40 account. That those 60 of 40 accounts that are down 5 or 6% on the year. People have a long-term view. They have a program that the reason the stock market is.
He said, if you're investing, if you have a 401k, then you also must have other accounts. And so, no, he doesn't. No, their life savings aren't being affected because you have multiple different savings. Because Americans have multiple different savings. Period. And what about it? What about it?
Considered a good investment is because it's a long-term investment. If you look day to day, week to week, it's very risky. Over the long term, it's a good investment.
President Trump.
So if you were planning like within a couple months to be like, okay, I'm going to get my life together. This is the year that I retire and book my trips and buy my whatever, do what I need to do. Right now, you're not about to do that. I promise you, right now, you're not doing that. I don't know what he's talking about, but right now, you're not doing it. So the pivot he just did from that question, I don't know why she didn't re-ask it a different way.
Trump's tariffs are being described as the biggest tax hike on Americans in decades. They could cost the average household thousands of dollars. Republican Senator Ted Cruz had this to say. I'm going to play it, get your reaction on the other side.
Tariffs are a tax on consumers, and I'm not a fan of jacking up taxes on American consumers.
Do you acknowledge that President Trump's tariffs will cause prices to go up on a range of goods?
Well, Kristen, what I like is data. And if we look at data from President
He said, I will not be answering that. He said, I will not be. Do you accept that tariffs will cause prices to increase? He said, let's hear about the data.
Trump's first term, and there's a big study that just came out from a group of economists, mostly at MIT, that showed that a 20% tariff on China led to a 0.7% tax or price level increase over 4 years. I think that's pretty good. If we can take in 20%.
He said, I am not going to answer your question directly. I know the answer is yes, but I'm going to say that the increase will not be that significant. He said, yeah, I mean, it's not going to, we know that last term it wasn't over 100%, but we can look at last term and say the very small targeted tariffs that we did and then the broader one on China more specifically, there's a 1% increase over a year. Now we are at 140% tariff. I'm still going to look at the The-
in tariffs, and it's a 0.7% increase. And Kristen, the little publicized story this week, everyone wants to look at the stock market going down. You know what else went down? Oil prices went down almost 15% in 2 days, which impacts working Americans much more than the stock market does. Interest rates hit their low for the year, so I'm expecting the mortgage applications to pick up.
Well, just to be very clear, though, I mean, during President Trump's first terms, the cost to Americans was nearly $80 billion in new taxes due to his tariffs. The prices did go up on everything from washing machines to tires.
Well, no, but let's go back. The aggregate number was 0.7, so we can discern the individual things. Also, households saw real net wages go up. So if wages go up faster than prices, which is not what happened over the past 4 years, that's why the bottom 50% got eviscerated.
Let me ask you about your view, because
Wait, no. Sorry, I didn't finish this interview. Why wouldn't you follow up back? So are you expecting wages to go up now? And how can we guarantee that? Also, that does not negate the question I initially asked about prices going up. Oh my God. The interview.
last January, you wrote that, quote, tariffs are inflationary. The Fed chair said the same thing on Friday, that tariffs announced this week cause higher inflation.
His writing prior to joining Trump was that tariffs are inflationary. Let's see how he back out of his own work. let's see how he backs out of his own work. Again, I haven't seen this portion of the interview yet.
Inflation. Have you expressed any concerns to President Trump directly that his tariff policy could be inflationary?
No, what I've said is tariffs are a one-time price adjustment. So there's a big difference between insipid endemic inflation within the system and consistent price level increases and a one-time adjustment. But the other
All right. If it is not going to be consistent, prolonged, right, how will you then use it to get manufacturing back into the U.S.? How will you do that? Oh my God, please, no.
There's a big difference between insipid endemic inflation within the system and consistent price level increases and a one-time adjustment. But the other thing that we're doing is
Which one is this? Is this a one-time price adjustment? Is this a one-time price adjustment? Which of those is this Trump tariff where he's negotiating, changing the tariff? Which one is it? You cannot try to get industries back unless they're persistent, right, and high enough. But if they're persistent and high enough and the companies come back, you don't get the revenue from this that you think you are going to get. Also, if you needed to be persistent, you can't get to negotiate to get these companies back and also to drop these tariffs on these countries. If you negotiate with a country regarding your tariff and y'all both decide to drop your tariffs, right, on both ends, the companies stay in those countries because you no longer have the tariffs on that country. So you can't have both. You cannot have both. This is actually kind of insane. And I'm actually disappointed in, I forgot her name, but in the engagement here. I'm kind of
are raising wages for working Americans. We're bringing down regulation. So there are estimates that regulations have cost the average household about $8,000, that when we get this tax bill through, then we will make the tax levels permanent. And again,
I don't know which regulation he's talking about, so I wouldn't know how to address this. I am pro certain kinds of regulation, particularly around waste, like company waste, like you can't throw toxic chemicals in the water supply. Agencies that regulate air quality, I'm completely pro that, having lived in China for like 2 years. And not being able to breathe properly and having to wear a mask, I would prefer to have good air quality. And also food. and also food, right? So I don't know what regulation he's talking about, but I'm willing, I'm pro some regulation.
And the drop in the energy prices, the drop in interest cost, Now, I think real after-tax wages are going to go up for Americans, and that's what's important.
One of the big questions and points of confusion, I think, is are these tariffs permanent or are they a negotiating tactic? Some administration officials have said they're permanent. President Trump himself has said he's open to negotiating. So let me just ask you, is President Trump willing to negotiate, or are these tariffs permanent?
Well, I think that's going to be a decision for President Trump, but I can tell you that as only he can do at this moment, he's created maximum leverage for himself. And more than 50 countries have approached the administration about lowering their non-tariff trade barriers, lowering their tariffs, stopping currency manipulation. And they've been bad actors for a long time, and it's not the kind of thing you can negotiate away in days or weeks.
You yourself have said that he's using these for negotiating. He has told me directly he's open to negotiating. So just very clearly, for the American people, can you say definitively, is he planning to negotiate? Has he already started negotiations with countries?
I think we're going to have to see what the countries offer and whether it's believable. Because again,
he is negotiating with tariffs. He is using tariffs to negotiate. It is not for him to bring companies back to the U.S. It is not for him to make revenue to pay for this tax cut for the rich that he was talking about. Y'all have been lying. I hope she engages this. Please engage this. Please engage this. Oh my God, please. Oh my God. Yeah, I think interviewing is dead. No. I think if you're going to talk to someone about economic policy, it is not the person who has the program that needs to do it. It's the person who knows something about economics. I would not feel comfortable doing the interview with him because I don't think I know enough. And that is insane because there's no pushback, there's no engagement, there's just question being asked and moved on from. There's no follow-up. What do you mean there's no follow-up? And NBC, okay, I'm not going to do it. This is kind of weird. How do you not have follow-up to your questions?
So he's open to it, is what I hear you say.
No. I think that we are going to have to see the path forward because,
He can't say it's about negotiation. He's pulling back. He very clearly said it was negotiation. They're coming to the table. They're negotiation. And one follow-up. See, this is the good thing about follow-ups. This is a good. So he is willing. He pulls back. He pulls back. Y'all, I'm so sorry. We're about to do this again. Yeah, we're about to do this again because this is kind of insane.
Have to see what the country
is open to negotiating. So just very clearly, for the American people, can you say definitively, is he planning to negotiate? Has he already started negotiations with countries?
I think we're going to have to see what the countries offer and whether it's believable. Because
is he willing to negotiate? We're going to have to see what the countries offer and if it is reasonable, right? So the answer is yes. If you are willing to engage in discourse about changing policies based on what other people bring to the table, that is called a negotiation. You are saying he's open to negotiation. What do you mean? Okay, now she follows up.
Again,
so he's open to it, is what I hear you say.
No. I think.
Yeah, to be fair, he doesn't know what's happening. I actually think this is the perfect part to point out. I don't think this man knows what's happening with Trump.
That we are going to have to see the path forward because, after 20, 30, 40, 50 years of bad behavior, you can't just wipe the slate clean.
All right, let me ask you about one of the big questions, recession. As you know, analysts say the chances of a recession are rising in the wake of the tariffs announced this week. Do you believe that President Trump's tariffs are risking the chances of a recession?
I don't. And I think we could see from the jobs number on Friday that was well above expectations that we are moving forward. So I see no.
We can see from the job numbers that were better than expected. Were they good? Why would you say they were better than? I wish I had seen this so I could have brought the numbers here, but I didn't look into this. Apologies. But the framing is wild. They are better than. We're not even moving up. We're not going. We're moving forward. It's nasty work. It is nasty work.
No reason that we have to price in a recession.
Okay. Before I let you go, I know you've been one of the officials spearheading the efforts to get President Trump's budget bill passed on Capitol Hill. It includes the president's plans for tax cuts, extending the 2017 tax cuts, for example. Are you confident that the president's budget bill will pass before the August recess?
We are shooting for even a much earlier date. And Chris and I can tell you the underreported story in D.C.
Yeah, I'm not going through that boring bill. All right. So that's him. Let's look what the press secretary had to say. This is Caroline Levitt.
The president is focused every single day on lowering the cost of living in this country while simultaneously implementing these very effective tariffs. Massive deregulation.
Sorry, to be able to look in the camera and say that with a straight face is a talent. There are certain people that I would not pick a fight with. Like, to be able, you know how Scott Bessent doesn't have a poker face? You know how Scott Bessent don't have this woman, she has a poker face. She look dead in the camera and tell you that the tariffs are working and Trump is lowering prices. All right, girl, let's see how.
Energy boom and tax cuts are the economic formula that will mean more prosperity and the lower cost of living. And it's a proven formula. The president made it clear yesterday, this is not a negotiation. This is a national emergency. He's always willing to pick up the phone to answer calls, but he laid out the case yesterday for why we are doing this. And these countries around the world have had 70 years to do the right thing by the American people, and they have chosen not to. They have ripped.
So y'all heard this woman said it's not a negotiation. Trump is not negotiating. That time has passed. We are not negotiating
about some companies.
Let's hear what Trump said the very next day. This is Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump the very next day.
Hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents, they wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China. China was by far the biggest abuser in history, and others also, but somebody had to do it. They had to stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And somebody had to do it. Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, you know, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well, and they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal. And we have many other countries, as you know, many more than 75, and they all want to come. And they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John. They'll do somebody. They'll go through somebody, but they're all calling. How do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate. Because I told them, if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Mr. President, the Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
Mind you, they're saying he's not doing a deal. The question, he already said he's willing to work out a deal with China, right? But President Xi is a proud man, but they'll come around to making a deal. So he already confirmed it. But I didn't want to pause it there and say, gotcha, right? I wanted this question. This is the question I'm playing it for. Where someone asked about the EU wanting to come and make a deal. All right. Let's find out if this is about a trade deal after every one of his people came out and say it's not about a trade deal. We're not negotiating. All right, Trump, it's your time to shine. Confirm that your people were correct, that you weren't out here trying to make deals with national security policy. Go.
First of all, I know him, he's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal could be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody. But they weren't fair to the United States. They were.
Yo, you don't understand how insane this is. This is... You want to know one thing I wish I queued up? The first time that he became president and talked about this trade deal while president, one of the first things I said is the only thing that made sense is that he's trying to negotiate to remove tariffs generally on the U.S. from other countries. That is the only thing that makes sense. But the policy under which Congress granted the U.S. in emergency situation to engage in this kind of tariff imposition, which is in the domain of Congress, right, to impose tariffs, is in national emergency cases where Congress perceive that there might be times when the executive needs to act faster than Congress in terms of preventing a country from doing something and slapping tariffs onto a country. That kind of thing in war, for example, when they're breaching policy, we're talking about Russia, Ukraine kind of thing. So it is insane that he's using it to negotiate, and his people around him are telling him, well, you can't say the word negotiate because it's improper. But then they're all referencing his Art of the Deal book as to understanding what he's doing. So he's attempting to negotiate with this country and using tariffs as a means for negotiation. That's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly what he's doing. And when his people come out and lie about it and lie about it, and then you ask Trump directly, Trump likes to be the deal maker. That is his brand. Trump as a person is very tied to his book that someone else wrote. He's very tied to this book and tied to the idea that he makes the best deals. So yes, it's about making a deal.
Do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him, he's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal could be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody.
And you want to know something? His lackeys are going to come out, they're going to do interviews, and they're going to be asked about whether or not this is a deal, and they're going to try to switch it around and say this is not about making deals, it's a national security. Watch. I mean, to be fair, it could be both. What it can't be is you wanting to make deals and also wanting revenue and also wanting to localize different industry in the U.S. It can't be those things. So the stated policies were wrong and lie.
But they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion.
Okay. Now, let's go back, to Scott. Right after this, he walks off, and the secretary, the press secretary comes out with Scott Bessent, and they had this to say. Let me play
right outside of
We have had more than 75 countries from around the world reach out to President Trump and his team here at the White House to negotiate better trade deals for the American worker. We have urgency. He's always willing to pick up the phone to answer calls, but he laid out the case yesterday for why we are doing this. And these countries around the world have had 70 years to do the right thing by the American people, and they have chosen not to. They have ripped off American workers. They have taken our jobs overseas. The president is putting an end to that yesterday. And is focused every single day on low.
Yo, they said this was not about negotiation. They said They said this was not about negotiation, but today
75 countries from around the world reach out to President Trump and his team here at the White House to negotiate better trade deals for the American worker. We have been overwhelmed with the amount of requests from countries around the world. I'll let the Secretary speak to that. We will continue with the tailor-made negotiations that I spoke about.
All right, I'm gonna go with she's lying. I'm looking at his face and I'm gonna go with she's lying. By looking at his face, I know she's lying. She has a better poker face than him. I'm gonna go with she's lying.
About yesterday. In the meantime, there will be a 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs as these negotiations are ongoing, and the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10% tariff. The Secretary here has been a huge part of the President's trade team, of course, and will continue to lead these negotiations moving forward to look out for the American worker, which is always President Trump's goal. So I'll kick it over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Good, thank you. And we saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today. It has brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him.
Insane for him to he is not confidently. So weekly stand up there talking about negotiation when he didn't know if it was a negotiation on this interview. He was afraid to talk about a negotiation on this interview. But now that Trump has spoken, now he's talking. Watch them come back on this next week. Next week, let's see what's happening.
Him to stay the course until this moment. And what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago, they're in this very spot, do not.
I can't tell if this is just a weak man who doesn't know what to do. And so, he doesn't know how to lie fully or how to fully invest in whatever lie he's telling, or if he's just really, this is I don't remember this being his disposition ever. So it is very strange to see this. He's a lot older too, so I don't know, maybe. But it is very strange to watch him crumble like this.
As I told everyone a week ago, they're in this very spot. Do not retaliate, and you will be rewarded. So every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to.
He said he told those countries that they could negotiate, just don't retaliate, blah, 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 all of that. I told you that Canada was a test subject, and because Canada retaliate, most countries would retaliate, and therefore this didn't make any sense to move forward with it, and they still move forward with it. But I'm not here to say I told you so in the words of Kamala Harris, but I'm here to say I told you so. It is strange for him to have said that while the day before he was on a news network talking about he does not know if this is a negotiation. He can't say if this is a negotiation. This is the president and he doesn't know, and he's not saying that. But now he's like, oh yeah, no, I knew all along. Oh, long I knew. That is wild. And I didn't have to see his older interview to know he's lying now. It's on his face that he does not know what is happening. I think he's happier now than the other interviews because I don't think he wants the tariffs.
To hear you, we're going to go down to a 10% baseline tariff for them, and China will be raised to 125 due to their insistence on escalation.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for doing this. Let me ask you three quick things, if I could. Given then that you have the rest of the world essentially calling.
I don't care. All right. So I just wanted to show you that and them lying, jumping over themselves. For the people who woke up, was it yesterday morning? The S&P is up. No, it was Wednesday. The S&P is up, period. And then Thursday was down. Yeah, girl. The girl is in the stock market are having the girl is in the stock market are having a wild time right now, and I'm just deciding to not engage. I'm just going to look away. I'm just going to close my eyes and pray for the best. All right. Now we get to the serious topic of education. we get to the serious topic of education, and let me cue up this video so I don't forget it. Because for some reason, whenever I go to my outline,
I think we should also.
I always forget. We're gonna talk about this in a minute. We gonna go through this video. We gonna go through this whole video, but people are online, and by people I mean men, are online crashing out, like absolutely crashing out about the idea that women are going to school and men aren't. And they don't know what to do with themselves. They don't know if they should call women masculine or feminine, because apparently, let me play y'all this. Let me see.
I don't see nobody talking about this topic, bro. And trigger warning right now, because this might come across a little. I don't see nobody talking about this topic, bro. And trigger warning right now, because this might come across a little rash or a little hasty. I don't really care, because it needs to be said. And this conversation about the whole black man going to college thing, this is just turned into, I could tell exactly what it's turned into. It just turned into we're about to berate, degrade, and bash the black men parade. Just like y'all do all 7 days of the week, twice on Saturday, because I got time. Look, bro, first of all, the reason why black men don't value or they just simply don't want to, y'all know that starts at home, right? Let's go ahead and act real quick, right? Let's go ahead and just start the scene. Trigger warning right now, because this might come across.
You're right. My bad. Let me do this.
A little rash or a little hasty. I don't really care, because it needs to be said. And this conversation about the whole black man going to college thing, this is just turned into, I could tell exactly what it's turned into. It just turned into we're about to berate, degrade, and bash the black men parade. Just like y'all do all 7 days of the week, twice on Saturday, because I got time. Look, bro, first of all, the reason why black men don't value or they just simply don't want to, y'all know that starts at home, right? Let's go ahead and act real quick, right? Let's go ahead and just start the scene. Jarquavius Marshawn Jones, sit your stupid ass down. That's how like 50 to 60% of black women are talking to their black sons. Citrus, you look just like your damn daddy. That's how y'all be talking to y'all black sons, bro. And then y'all wondering why they're not emotional intelligent. Then you wonder why they grow up mad and angry. So then, what's your next outlet? You're going to put them in sports, because you know that now they're 10, 11, 12, they're getting a little bit too big. Your little whooping's not doing nothing. So now you have to put them in a contact sport in order so they can try to emotionally regulate. Oh yeah, I'm about to put you in football. I'm about to put you in basketball. You need to get in some sports. That'd be the first thing that happens, bro. And I live that, bro. That's literally what happens. And then number two, y'all act like going to school like black women. Stop this whole classism superiority complex. Anybody can go to school if they are taught the right skills. The last 20, 30 years since the movie The Barbershop, since Tyler Perry's Why Did I Get Married, since all the little Madea plays, has been black women be independent, don't need no man. Black women go get your money, don't worry about no man, don't rely on no man out here. Don't rely on no man. That's what all Generation X and all the millennials told y'all. So y'all naturally grew up and y'all whole focus was, I ain't about to go to college, or I'm about to become an esthetician, I'm about to do something, I'm about to get some money, and I'm about to get away from black men. The reason why y'all don't get targeted as much, because y'all are not a threat. Look what happened to Malcolm X, unalive. Marcus Garvey, unalive. Bob Marley, unalived. MLK, unalive. Because when black men get education, we are a big threat. You know why? Because black men, we have the societal pressure to take our family with us, and we're not seen as valuable until we give back to the community. Black women, on the other hand, women in general, that's not a responsibility for y'all. Y'all are the weaker vessel and the more emotional vessel. So also y'all can get further while being more emotional and have less emotional regulation. Hence is why you see a black woman on a register or a black woman in places of customer service, and she can have the nastiest attitude. But if a black man of her same counterpart has their same attitude, he's not even getting
Y'all, have you ever had the Trader Joe's spice mangoes? So these are like dry. This is my new favorite dessert. My new favorite dessert is the Trader Joe's um, dried mangoes. When I was in university, I used to get mangoes. It wasn't dried and put like a bunch of seasoning, like salt and chili powder on it, and I would eat them. They're so good. So good. Like these are like amazing. I'm going through them too quickly. So quickly. That is so amazing. Let me get one more bite. Oh, the calories are, it's calorie dense. It's calorie dense. 140 per serving. No, here's the foolishness. How is this 6 servings per pack? I just opened this. This can't be 6 servings. This is 1 serving. I don't know what they're talking about, but I have 1 serving. I'm gonna eat that entire thing right here, right now. All right, let's get back to the bandit. I mean, get back to the thing.
They're not taking him serious in an interview. He's not getting the job. So we actually have to try harder than everybody. And this conversation is proving exactly that. So, and then the third thing, these teachers since 2020 have been on this app telling you single black moms about how the black man's at reading and comprehension level is falling behind. Who are most of the single parents? Black women. So if we're gonna sit up here and berate and bash black men, let's shed some light on the full story and what's really happening in that home. They're being woke up. Hurry up and get y'all ass up. Go to school. Da, da, da. That's how black men are being woken up. Yes, don't get me wrong. Yes, is it happening to black women? Yes, are there black women who are jealous of their daughters? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, black men are gonna harbor that a lot more because we're expected to help the same mom and the same granny, the same auntie, whoever we're staying with. We're required to turn around at 17 and 18 to help them. Also, black women, for women in general, it's acceptable for society, for socially acceptable for women to be broke. Black men have to have money. We have to have money. Men have to be able to provide. And if you're not providing, you're seen as broke, destitute. You're not worth my time. That's what y'all have been telling us. So now it's all of a sudden, it's a surprise when junior year come around and SATs come around and apply for college come around and FAFSA applications come around. We don't know how to do none of that. We don't have an ecosystem to help us do none of that. Do y'all understand that? If they, like I said, there's no emotional regulation, you didn't have any black man in your hood, in your society, to see them pay rent, pay bills, and do this, especially legally. So, of course, we're not going to be able to achieve the same things that y'all have, though, while being in the same household or in the same communities. Don't you get it? It's very simple. If you have your same-sex counterpart in the home playing their part, it's going to be way easier to do that because you've seen it. Humans are visual creatures. We're creatures of habit. So if we didn't have a black man there for 18 to 21 years, why would we just wake up junior year and just be able to start doing all this magnificent stuff y'all talking about? We keep talking about college and graduate programs. We have to start at K through 8 first. We ain't even about to get to high school. Let's start at that. Black men have the highest dropout levels for middle school and high school, but nobody's talking about that. Who's responsible? The same black women that were responsible for laying down, having said kids with these men. So let's not be like, we're not about to sit up here and just try to bash black men, or they just simply don't want to. Well, in therapy, the first thing that they teach all black women, since y'all the highest, y'all #1 in therapy and y'all #1 in degrees, well, you should know that that's not the real answer. Clearly, there's a deeper answer why he just doesn't want to. It's because nobody has seen him wanting to. Nobody has pushed him to want to. And black men are seen as, you need to get money first, ask questions later. That's how success is marketed towards black men. That's why most black men, we do grow up listening to rappers. We do grow up listening to athletes. We do grow up listening to entertainers, because that's what's marketed to us. What's marketed to black women is be strong, independent, and do not rely on a man for nothing. And when you...
Yeah, what are y'all eating? I hope you guys we've been on for over an hour. I hope you guys have food and like popcorn and stuff. The one, like, it's like kind of rainy outside. Someone said Chipotle. Oh, period. I would like a Chipotle bowl. I used to get the burrito, get the burrito in the bowl at the bottom and then put what I was going to put in the burrito. So it's like a burrito bowl, but the tortilla, sorry, is under, under it. It's actually pretty good. Oh, wait, what kind of tacos, though? A croissant. A period. Most logical leaders. The fact that y'all, girl, this is background noise to eat. this is background noise for me to take a break and eat. I've been wanting to eat these mangoes for a while. This is just like background noise to eat. I'll just listen, watch, I'll give faith, and I'll give you a little Vogue here, a Vogue there, girl. Nobody got time for this man crashing out. I'm just putting this out there for the public consumption. Black women aren't a threat, but black men keep killing us. That's not funny. I don't know why I just laughed. It's like, what's the opposite of like white noise? Whatever that is what this is. But aren't these reasons to go to college? I'm trying to figure out who's stopping him now. Like, okay, all of that happened. Now you know you can do it. I believe in you. I believe the children are the future. Girl, I'm drinking my thirsty tea right now. I'm drinking, and nobody got time. I don't ever want to cry this level of resentment. I know his blood pressure high. I don't want to have to carry this level of resentment. Yeah, his blood pressure. He said his mother called him ugly, useless, dumb, disgusting, degenerate. Worse, like his mother apparently put him through the ringers. Girl, he's crashing out. It's fine. We'll let him continue his thing.
You get your wealth, keep it to yourself. So yes, it's completely different. Black men are a threat to the white infrastructure because when we get success, they know that we're going to bring our wives with us. We're going to bring our kids with us. We're going to bring our bros with us. We're going to put everybody on. We're going to put the community on. When y'all get success, y'all hoard it, and then y'all start having a superiority complex of classism. It's not the same. So don't try to get on this app, bro. We're not about to do that, bro. And like I said, it's trigger warning. I don't care about how you feel. You can put your thoughts in the comment. I don't care. But this will be the last video I'm posting. And after this, I'm just about to sit on the sidelines. Because this is crazy. And it's lunacy. Trying to just act like black men we're just all lazy and stupid. It's insane. When y'all know damn well in them inner cities, when them kids getting off the bus, who are they listening to? King Von all day. These women don't have the emotional availability because they're a single parent taking care of 3-4 kids. They don't have the time to sit down and have a one-on-one with their son. What are y'all talking about? Just acting like niggas wake up at 16, all of us are like, yeah, bro, I'm not trying to do this school shit. Bro, they had that shit made up since they were in 5th, 6th grade. What are we talking about?
Oh, ain't nothing to say to that. I wasn't going to respond to that foolishness. But there was a stitch of a man who addressed it. So let me play the stitch because, again, men crashing out on TikTok is not my forte. I go on TikTok to troll. I ain't go on TikTok to have time for men crashing out. No. If you didn't go to school, you can't. No, I'm not going to say that. All right, let's hear.
Being a woman, being feminine in this space is an asset, not a lie.
Yeah, nah. That can't be the fucking answer. By like black men's logic, that can't be the fucking answer. Black men spent like 6 months on this fucking app screaming about how not effeminate black women are. Hyper masculine. They're becoming the men that they're looking for. Oh my God, they're so masculine. Oh my, they're the most masculine women. Okay, so how the fuck is femininity the answer? Now their femininity is an asset. What femininity? Y'all swear to God they ain't got it. That can't be the answer. The answer is that black men are homophobic and misogynistic to the point where it is literally crippling them. They're not able to uphold themselves and evolve as men, as a demographic, because homophobia and misogyny are the golden standard for masculinity in the black community. For black men, the worst thing you could be is feminine or gay, which to them is kind of the same thing. So, yeah. So what does that have to do with education?
Girl, I had something in my mouth. I had my uncertainty in my mouth. You going? Yo, you're getting blocked.
So glad you asked. Let's talk about it. Black men don't want to engage in any behavior that is going to make them seem soft, which means effeminate, which means gay. Any behavior that could lead to a black man being perceived as soft, they're not going to engage in because it challenges their idea of what it means to be a man. And again, for many black men, masculinity revolves around not being gay. Long as you're not gay, you a man. So why would I go to school and put myself in an environment where I'm going to become more emotionally and socially aware? Why would I want to be emotionally intelligent? Why would I want to go and put myself in an environment that doesn't revolve around drugs and fighting and guns and being toxically masculine and being hypermasculine in every situation? Why would I want to go learn about gender theory? That's going to trigger the trauma that I have. I'm not going to go heal. That's going to force me to embrace femininity, which I believe is a problem because I think homosexuality is inherently evil. They're not going to school because school would make them better people, and better people embrace femininity and understand that you have to have it in order to be healthy. That's why they think that feminine figures have a leg up or an advantage over them when it comes to academics. You're doing better than me because you're feminine. Do you realize that what you're saying is that masculines are supposed to be stupid? I don't think you do understand that's what you're saying. As long as I'm not gay, I could be stupid, underperforming alongside women in my own demographic, unhealed, repeating the cycle of being unhealed, abusive, misogynistic, homophobic. I could be all of these things. I'm okay with all of those things as long as I'm not gay. School is the thing that breaks all of those things. Learning is the thing that breaks all of those cycles, undoes all of that trauma. In order for you to go and heal from those things, you have got to go and learn. Black men don't want to do that. They want to remain nestled up in their safe little blanket. And as long as nobody thinks I'm gay, I'm good to go.
Nope. All right. I said I would not respond to people on TikTok, but what I will respond to is people not on TikTok. And before I go into this video, if we keep letting them cook, we'll get we'll all get salmonella poisoning. Please play the twins singing. Wait, which twins? Oh, I'm gonna create a break thing. Can't touch me like Gojo. All right. So the people in this I know of. I'm not going to disrespect anyone because I'm not a disrespectful person. I think that we all are here to share life, laugh, love, blah, blah, blah. All right. So I was watching some of this in my Discord. I was watching some of this in my Discord. I did not put any of these men, any of them, in the title or on the screen because I don't want no problems. But if problems come my way, I don't mind debating it out. So I know Foreign Man, and I don't have an opinion either way on Foreign. Like, I don't think he's a good or bad person. I don't know him. I have no I just don't know, right? Someone said Foreign Man is great. All right. And they're going to have a conversation now about college. They too have discovered that men aren't going to school. Apparently, this wasn't the thing that the people knew. So everyone is now slowly discovering that black men aren't going to school, and they're not going to HBCUs in particular too. This is the discussion they're going to have.
Speak about why aren't black men going to college?
Oof.
You know what I mean? There's
the wrong crowd for that too. Damn.
Same rate as our black women.
Do we want to look at any of the internet context, or we kind of all know what we're talking about here?
Yeah, this one has been hitting. It's this one of those things that is set ablaze on multiple different platforms. That's how I know that it is actually hitting the zeitgeist pretty hard. A lot of people kind of get a little sanctimonious about it, and they don't like to address like the multitude of factors that
I think, yeah, we're trying to figure out one little culture war cause for like a huge ecological problem, and I feel like that's when shit starts to get stupid real quick.
exactly like they're not looking into the myriad of different forms of oppressions that stymie black men specifically from getting into college,
Yes.
or like actually going to college, or having like not even a matter of getting into college, but like just the imagination
Graduating high
to
school.
even doing it. Like I mean, like like how I think about it.
Thinking about it.
Like it was expected of me to go to college. It would be weird if I didn't,
same.
simply because like I come from a immediate family of lawyers and doctors. And not only that, but like you get into the whole immigrant discussion too. So like that's a whole nother thing. But
Oh yeah. Oh, because you went to school or college in the States.
exactly.
yeah.
And like not only that, but like a lot of immigrants, like especially in the Bahamas, are immigrants that have the means to get to the Bahamas in the first place. I mean, to get to the States in the first place. And then once you do that, you're talking about a different socioeconomic class.
Mind you, the question has to do with how women are doing and men aren't. None of the excuses that they just gave to men rather, does not, like all of the excuses they gave to these men exist for women. Every single one of them. Every last one of those excuses given to men existed for women. All of them. So let's hear it.
And that's a socioeconomic class is more
bias.
predisposed to going. Yeah, exactly. So what people don't realize is just like, if you don't have anybody in your immediate family that didn't go to college, the stakes for you to go to college is even lower. It's far.
Still applies to women. It still applies to women. If black men in these communities don't see people going to college, black women in these same communities don't see people going to college. Next charge.
Easier for you to probably end up going to a trade school or to get involved.
They're not going to trade school next. Ain't nobody going to trade school.
Involved in like the corporate ladder. I think it's a regressive conversation, and I think it all.
No, and this is going to be annoying. You remember how I played the other videos and like made them play all the way out? This is not going to happen. No, it is not. No, it's not regressive. It's actually needed. It is actually needed. We're not about to sit here and pretend we don't understand the causal connection between college and a better life outcome in terms of economic mobility. We're not going to do it.
Also speaks, I think, more so like there's like a subcontext where black women are venting a frustration with black men for not going to college. I think that's like the end of the sentence, the part of the sentence that has been cut off. It's just like not only black men.
I do think black women are frustrated with black men for not going to college. I do. I do think that. I do think that. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's a bad thing.
Men are not going to college, but I am frustrated with the fact, especially like I've seen like a lot of black women like chiefing the conversation. I am frustrated with the fact that black men are not going to college, and I think that speaks to a couple of different reasons, because you then begin to get into the conversation of the ability to provide some levels of patriarchal provide and protect, which.
See, no, this is where you lose me. The women are still dating down, marrying down, and all of that in the black community. So they're still doing. The frustration is that they don't have peers in these universities. They don't have peers when they're in these corporate spaces. They don't have peers to marry. Actually, they have to marry down, because down academically and economically. Now, this is going to be a trend if women generally continue to outpace men in terms of school attendance. It's not localized or secluded. It's not just within the Black culture, though it is more pronounced in the Black community. It is weird to then sit up there like, oh my God, they just want you to provide and protect. No, how about have a conversation about a topic from the school? How about being familiar with people in school? Sorry. I just got a message that I think might be important. Oh my God. I thought you might get a laugh out of this in case. Oh, sorry, I'm reading.
Which is an age-old conversation. It's also a very misguided one because I mean, even if you go back to an understanding of like African societies and like how Black men and Black women cohabitated at that point, it was never that.
He said Black men have never been providers and protectors. Let me look this up. I'm kidding. I'm not looking it up. I'm pretty sure African men and women would like to disagree. I am pretty sure African men and women would like to disagree. I mean, I'm not saying it's true or not. I haven't done the research there, so it could be true that Black men has never provided for women or protected women. I'm not saying it. Foreign men just said that Black men weren't providing and protecting. Let's go back to make sure that's what was said.
And protect, which is an age-old conversation. It's also a very misguided one because I mean, even if you go back to an understanding of like African societies and like how Black men and Black women cohabitated at that point, it was never that.
So he said the patriarchal providing and protecting that we expect in the U.S. was never existing in Africa. Those aren't my words. I'm not co-signing. I don't actually know the research. I don't know. Apparently, men weren't hunting and women gathering in Africa. They were all doing. There was never that. And I'm not saying he's telling the truth or not. I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. My knowledge here is limited. I'm definitely saying it. Black men never provided for or protected Black women. So Sin and Foreign Men agrees. Sin and Foreign Men. Can you all like the video, please? Can you all like the? Yeah, Sin said Black men have never provided or protected Black women. And Orange, I was gonna say Orange Bill. Foreign men and Sin agree that Black men has never provided or protected Black women. Now, what is my opinion? I don't know. I have not done the research. I do the research historically in the US, but I've never really looked at historically in the context of the continent whether or not men have ever provided. But maybe he's right. Maybe Foreign Men and Sin are correct here that men have never provided or protected for Black women. All right. Did you like the stream? Wait. Thank you, Sin. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I saw you were live. I didn't get to come over because I was traveling. Message me directly and tell me what's nasty work.
Idea, provide and protect never looked that way for
It was never
us.
that top down kind of
it wasn't
story that we get.
It wasn't, and even from the transatlantic slave trade, like we understood that. But still, the mythos is carried on, especially like when you deal with the fact that, and a lot of people don't like to hear this, but like the Black woman, just like how the Black man wants to be white, shouts to Fanon, the Black woman not only wants to be white, but more importantly wants to be woman. Like you have to understand, like a lot of the time, like
Ain't no way. There is no way that Foreign Men just sat up here and said Black women want to be white. There is no way. I have questions. Foreign Man, Foreign man in a foreign land, I would love to ask you a very specific question. Where I understand the second argument that womanhood was stripped from personhood, but womanhood stripped from Black women during slavery, right? And the wanting to make sure that womanhood is understood as it applies generally to all kinds of women. I get that argument. But to say Black women want to be white is diabolical and nasty work. Black women, yes, and Black women are obsessed with Black skin. Like Black women want to get, Black women, I'm so confused by this. I am so confused by this. I'm confused. Level up, single man, leave me alone. I ain't done nothing. I ain't never done nothing. I ain't never, I mean, I have questions. Foreign man, come to the front of the class, please.
Like the Black woman is denied femininity. Like
When he says explain, I am sure by this person here, I'm sure he didn't mean, what do you mean, Black women want to maintain femininity? I'm sure that's not what he meant. I'm sure he meant, what do you mean, Black women want to be white? I'm sure that's what he meant. That is insane.
Be white. Shouts to Fanon. The Black woman not only wants to be white, but more importantly, wants to be woman. Like you have to understand, like a lot of the time, like the Black woman is denied femininity. Like they are denied humanhood, but more importantly, denied femininity. They're always characterized as
I've
masculine.
kind of hinted at a couple of times before that I think, happens with a lot of these culture war combos.
Precisely. And like the reason why, like, I mean, like to externalize it and also understanding that white supremacy is just such a very difficult institution to tackle. The Black woman is put in a situation where she can only vent her.
Why do people do that? Why not just say Black women? I don't understand. I don't think it's a pet peeve yet. It hasn't gone to that level. But like when Hotep speak, they do it, the Black man, just say Black man, Black woman. It is a very strange way to speak. It almost like detaches. Never mind. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to him because I don't think he's that. I mean, he did say Black women want to be white. So he might be that kind of person. I don't know. That's kind of strange to me. He's not allowed in the kitchen no more. Throw out everything he cooking. Period.
Her frustration potentially to the Black man. The Black woman can't necessarily attack the white supremacist institution. So like the immediate person to fight is horizontal. It's not vertical.
Wait, oh my God. Why our men gave up on college? How did this become a conversation about Black women attacking Black men? Yo, oh my God. This is actually kind of insidious. Are Black women attacking Black men, making them not go to college? Like, I'm so. Wait, let me go back a little.
Externalize it and also understanding that white supremacy is just such a very difficult institution to tackle. The Black woman is put in a situation where she can only vent her frustration potentially to the Black man. The Black woman can't necessarily attack the white supremacist institution. So like the immediate person to fight is horizontal. It's not vertical. You know, like the fight isn't vertical because that's too hard. Like it's horizontal. And who's next to you? The Black man.
So Black women are fighting Black men. Wait, so all right. it's not that I'm giving credit to him. Yeah, I think my mic is broken. Yeah, my mic. I think I messed up my mic. Well, I'm not going to be able to use this mic, and I don't like the sound of the mic that I'm using, and therefore, no, I broke this. So I don't know. I broke the thingamabob there. I think that must be God's way of saying, because I was about to point out something that, like, when I first saw parts of this video, I was in disbelief. I do have a backup mic, but I just moved and it's somewhere. Actually, let me check. Well, all is well. I am not going to be able to do it, and I'm not going to continue the stream with this microphone. Not doing that. Um, I think I might review this separately some other time because I also was getting a bit sad because I haven't said I like foreign men, but I do want to like foreign men, and I don't think That's that on that. I think it just randomly came back. I think not it. Not it's back. Wait, it's back. That's weird. That is absolutely weird. It's back, but it's broken. It no. It's so broken to the point where I can't touch anything. Like I can't touch anything at all right now. Um, I don't know if I want to continue though. We'll do it. It's fine. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to continue and then I'm going to edit this part out and make a video from it or something. I don't know.
You then frustrate or you vent your frustrations onto the black man with, I would be woman if you would take me out of these. If you were man, that's a beautiful way to put it. I would be woman if you were man, because then if you.
I don't understand this. Go to school, get an education. I don't understand what do you mean? I would be woman. Go to school. Go to school. This is degenerate. Sorry. Let me back up. What I was about to say, well, maybe I shouldn't say it. Maybe that was God telling me not to give grace right now. Maybe that was God, because I was going to explain something that, yeah, I'm not going to do grace right now. Yeah, let's move on. I think it is insane that you are blaming women for telling men to go to school. Go to school. How does this conversation about women wanting you to be man for them to be woman even take place in a conversation where men should go to school? The question is, should black men go to school? If so, why? If not, why not? This has nothing to do with women insofar as men going to school. The only time we note women is that women are going to school more than men.
You are a man, you would take me out of me working this, groveling job. You would put me in furs. You would put me in a position of femininity. Like you would make me the way that the white woman is. You would make me honorary. You would make me dainty. You would make me soft. But I can't be, because I have to be in these proximities to danger. And I'm tired of it. That's what I think like a subtext of this is.
I heard that.
Wait, that's dumb. But even if true, that has nothing to do with the question of why our men gave up on college. That's the title. That's what y'all are discussing. This is insane to me. Go to school, get a trade, do something with your life. Sitting up here talking about the only reason this is a problem is because women are talking about it. No. Oh my God.
In real life before, actually.
Damn.
Like in so many words, like a woman I was dating, she told me something very much so like in that vein, like she didn't feel feminine in a sense. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like
A period. Tell these men you don't feel feminine if you have to work. A period. Let me meet that girl. I don't feel feminine because I have to. A period.
life before, actually.
Damn.
Like in so many words, like a woman I was dating, she told me something very much so like in that vein, like she didn't feel feminine in a sense. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like you are a woman, like you are a beautiful black woman. Like I see femininity all in and throughout you. But well, I guess like what she means is like he was saying, like if you were a man, you would make me a woman so I could just really be in my feminine bag.
All right, so he was broke. Women have been doing better than men in school since they've had access to it, it seems. The Moynihan report has the data on it from the 60s. Well, I think white men have been, you said Moynihan report, so you're talking about black women. Yes. Yes. This is not the case for even today at the master's level, white men are outdoing white women, right? But there's a trend for women to go to college more. But black women just have been just out there zipping it and zooing it way above black men since Whoopi killed Philip. And I love saying Whoopi killed Philip because no one here knows what I'm talking about. Black women is the moment. The conversation keeps moving on from them. Ain't reading that. To identify any issue with them is to have it turned back on the only people that will listen to them, Black women. No scholar is going to listen to them. But that's not even, thank you. The issue is like, I'm so confused. Why aren't men going to college? Why aren't men going to university? How did this turn into a conversation about how women treat men? Like, I'm so confused. Is the way women treat men. Whoppy kill Philip. I don't know what it means. My grandmother used to say it a lot. Jane gave a membership, gifted a membership. So congrats to whoever got that, and thank you so much, Theory. Jane Theory. It is the case for white men too. White men have been doing better in school than white women since the 60s, according to Moynihan report. Yeah, white men, no. White men continue to get higher degree at the master's level. That was the last report that I read. We'll get into the research. Maybe not today because I can't move, and like my iPod is over here and it's on some cords, and I'm not about to touch anything. I'm not. All we're doing is using my phone. I guess I could Google it on my phone
and not have to.
Thank you, Sin.
Work and worry about so many things that I'm being tasked with taking care of. Like, so.
And I think that's so.
All right, who wanted to bet he was no? What? I wanted. You need context to that story. The woman told you that they wanted to be more feminine, and you needed to be more masculine because she doesn't want to have to work so hard. I feel like there must have been more to that story. It can't just be that story. The men are rebelling against I don't know what. I don't even know what the argument is. Honest to God, I'm being really honest right now. I don't know what they are. Like, the question is, why aren't men going to school? Not why women treat men bad because they don't go to school. Right? The question is, why aren't men going to school, and should they go to school?
So much of a lot of that conversation is exactly this. I think you articulated it really well, because this is a thing that I've hinted at several times in these conversations, but haven't quite been able to make it as salient as that. And I think that both us and Black women are kind of doing this thing where it's like because when we have these conversations around submission, it's like, if you were woman, then I could be man, but you won't let me.
Girl, why aren't you going to school? Why aren't you going to school? Like, I'm so confused by all of this. All of this conversation about womanhood is happening, and I don't know why it's happening. Why aren't y'all going to school? Sorry, I'm good. I'm going through. So I just went on one of my outline because I did. I forgot you can pull up OneDrive. You can pull up OneDrive on your phone. So I forgot I don't need my iPod to do this. All right. So the research around. Oh, why did I go that far? The research here says in the 1960s, all throughout, white men held more degrees, college degrees, than white women in the United States. Data, and I have my citation here from the U.S. Census Bureau Department of Education, shows that men, particularly white men, were more likely to pursue and complete higher education during this period due to cultural norms. And then I have the citation for cultural norms that it doesn't matter. I have the breakdown for bachelor's degree. In the 1960s, about 7.7% of white men aged 25 and older had a bachelor's degree and higher, compared to 5 5.8% of white women, and this again is the census data. In the 1970s, the gap persisted where 10.7% of white men had their college degree versus 8.2% of white women. This trend, I have the enrollment trend for, I did a standard deviation foolishness here that I don't really want to get into. At the graduate level, white men also led in advanced degree. For example, in 1960s, men earned about 75% of master's degree and over 80% of doctorate. White men comprised the bulk due to racial and patriarchal norms. And then I have a breakdown of why, because I was going. The citations is the US Census Bureau, and you can filter it for 1960s and you can filter it for 1970s, and also the US Department of Education, the National Center of Education Statistics. Those were the data set that I use. In the morning, so this is what I was responding to. So these are the No, don't do that. They think if they don't yell, they'll trick us into thinking they're making sense. What's happening? Yeah, they're not. They're not making sense. So then the Moynihan report is inaccurate then because I just read it and it says white men held. I don't know. I read the Moynihan report, but I was focused on black men, so I didn't really look at what the Moynihan report. But I also think the Moynihan report was incorrect for many reasons. The Moynihan report has been critiqued a lot, and this is why when I just got onto YouTube, I don't know when you read the Moynihan report and dragged us essentially, I'm with you for that because I don't know why these men kept reading the Moynihan report that dragged them. Like I don't know why that happened. But yes, I don't know though. I can look it up. I have an outline of, I broke down the Moynihan report into 2 pages with the important facts. So I can go look at it, but I can't grab my thing right now. I mean, I guess I could look it up on my phone if you want. Oh, actually, I can message you after this. I don't know why I'm doing this live, but yeah, I'll look into that.
And it's both of, and but neither of us is blaming upwards or saying that like the structure shouldn't work, and understand why. But it's like because we're forbidden access to whatever the traditional standard is for gender, beauty, success, whatever, we're looking to try and replicate that by like replicating it in a small way in our relationships. So I think a lot of those conversations around I would never propose to a man, or if a man doesn't do X, Y, and Z for you, is like,
how is this having anything to do at all? How is this having anything to do with why y'all are not going to school? Like, I am so confused. Like, I am so confused. Waving the red flag. Maybe I need to talk to these men. Should I ask them to? No, let me not. Let me not. I would like, because I don't understand what's happening. Like like I'm not even being funny. Like I don't know what's happening. Oh, you know what I want? Shrimp fried rice tonight. I usually crave tteokbokki or Jamaican food. I would like shrimp fried rice. Like I don't know how they're getting to these conclusions.
is like you said, there's this denial of being able to access this made up bullshit femininity thing that we're told we're supposed to adhere to. And so if I do anything that kind of
Girl, why are y'all not going to school? Why are y'all not going to school? Like I'm so confused. Like this is so off topic that I don't know. Like, do I engage with it or just let it slide?
undermines that further, then that makes it to where I'm not allowed to be woman. And same thing for dudes. It's like, oh, I need you to submit in the household and I need you to cook and clean and shit like that, because otherwise I'm not a man, because I'm definitely not getting paid enough, and I'm definitely not, I don't have power in society. So, but if I can have it here, so I don't know if
And they're probably just burning off steam about issues about patriarchy and they want to tear down the patriarchy. I'm going to say that's what they want. They don't like the patriarchy. I'm just going to assume that, like, this has nothing to do with the topic at hand and they just decided to, like, blow off steam around patriarchy and our inability to meet patriarchal standards. I'm just going to assume that's what's happening.
If I've jumbled those up, but
no, and like the dark part, well, not the dark part, is actually like a way forward. Like the emergence out of the cave is understanding that even if you did, you still wasn't gonna be a woman, you still wasn't gonna be a man in that narrow construct of what those things are, because you wasn't supposed to be in the first place. Like it was
Wasn't
not
built to
designed
allow
for
us,
you.
yeah.
Exactly. So an understanding actually.
I'm going to be very careful. Whiteness excluded a bunch of people, and it was not made for certain people to be white. Now, the Italians and the Irish are white. They can be white and they're defined in their whiteness. When you say you weren't meant to be white, therefore you men, sorry, therefore you can't be men, or you're not meant to be women, therefore black women can't be women. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like I honest to God don't have a clue what you're talking about. The feminist writing around womanhood and stripping of womanhood, black feminists in particular, I don't think concludes, unless we can find it, that black women, for sake of womanhood, aren't women. Then that's the only writing that lends credence that I can think of to this kind of analysis. So this is obviously super progressive, super anti-patriarchal, which also I'll fight the patriarchy with you. But to say you can never be man and never be woman doesn't make sense to me. And I'm engaging with this outside of the context of the discussion being had, because all I want to say at this point is, what does this have to do with why you're not going to school? Why aren't you going to school? They want black women to have the same obsession with wives. Yeah, it feels that way. Like I don't understand why you would engage. Sarah Alexander, welcome to the membership.
If you free yourself from that and then accept exactly, or begin to imagine ourselves outside of what these structures look like. Until then, like we're going to be in a perpetual perdition of gender wars, like on a regular basis. It's going to just be in different flavors, like this time it's diet this, or next time it's going to be cherry that. But it's essentially getting back to the same frustration of we're trying to fit into a mold that was not supposed to be fit in by
and then we're blaming
us.
ourselves and our seatmates for the position instead of who put us there.
Exactly.
Demas, this is the proof. They can't stay on task. Why have they not brought it back to the original? I don't know. Like I honest to God don't know. I honest to God don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Why aren't men going to school? Is it good that men aren't going to school? What should they do about the capitalist world they live in if they decide not to go to school? Who is going to be left carrying the bag if they don't go to school? $50 billion per year costing the government due to exclusion from the employment and the job market. I'm not sure why y'all not engaging. Taurus love luxury. Thank you so much. I'm not sure why they're not engaging with this. This is an important topic, I thought. This is a meaningful, in-depth discussion, and they're deciding woman. They said, all right, black woman, black woman, black woman. Girl, what? Not black woman, the black woman, the black woman, the black woman. Is black women's education because associated with whiteness? So this is the foolishness that I don't like. There is a vibe that people, black men, are making the excuse that education is linked to white supremacy and therefore not going to school is an act of resistance and I am black because I didn't go to school. Going to school somehow strips me of my blackness. That's a conversation going on in the hotep world. But we know it's degenerate and we know it's not true because white men ain't going to school either. Now, black men obviously disproportion. The trend is for white men not to go to school. So men are trying just not to go to school, with the exception of Asian men. Like, it is weird. You are being weird. No, men don't want to go to school, and all the men, white men say it's a feminist indoctrination camp. Black men say it's white men indoctrination. Yeah, you can't make this up. These men not going to school and then go find every excuse not to go. That's what that is.
And then also, like, I mean, and this is the hard part too, and something that I've been grappling with, is we also have to begin to reconcile with white people in a way that allows them to be free from it as well.
Oh, what you mean?
That's gonna take some time.
Not you have to help. Not you have to free. I ain't gonna say what I said in the Discord publicly because that ain't right. That is wild. So you're not going to school. You can free yourself, but you're gonna go over there to try to free white people. You can free yourself, but you're gonna go free white people from white. So period, girl. Let me go back to make sure I understood this.
Also have to begin to reconcile with white people in a way that allows them to be free from it as well.
Oh, what you mean?
That's going to take some time. In order to liberate ourselves, we also have to, by that logic, liberate our oppressors. In order to oppress us.
A period. A period. I ain't got nothing for that. I ain't got nothing. Black men say they're gonna go free white people. So period. Apparently white people are oppressed by white supremacy and therefore foreign men and them gonna go free white people. Alright. Period.
You have to see us as inhuman. You have to see us as incomplete. You have to predispose or assume black anything is not finished. It's undone. What makes it full and makes it complete is white education or white religion or white money.
So are foreign men really out here pushing the white education? Foreign men out here pushing that one, you need to free white people. Two, education is the white man's thing. And so I guess don't get educated. Like foreign man who has, I'm pretty sure he goes up to a master's degree. I'm pretty sure foreign goes up to a master's degree. You are. Hey, Themis, did you get my email? It's Gojo. Yes. Don't touch me like Gojo. Yep, it's back here. Let me see if you can see it. Period. This is one of my favorite anime characters. Thank you, by the way. And yes, I got your email.
Money or white something.
The white picket fence,
white
or the
picket
white
fence.
fucking the whitewashed home. I mean, like most literally, but it's like all that access to the accoutrements of the 2.5 kids household and the frilly trad wife lifestyle and the in a suit and I'm a masculine bit, I'm a boss type shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's predicated upon that, and like until you do that, like what you need to do is like.
Did someone say he's the Harriet Tubman for white people? Why would you say foreign man is the, why would you say that? Why would you say that? That don't.
Like you essentially have to begin to understand that You are finished. You are a finished product as is. You come complete. All of these different accoutrements, as you just said, they aren't necessarily fulfilling you. They are the very things that are keeping you oppressed. I didn't know y'all niggas had cards. I'm interested to see these cards.
So here's the deck of cards that we already. Sorry, let me get it in focus. So here's the deck of cards that we have already. So it's a red flag. The idea is getting your orders, getting your memory that perhaps it is an issue that black.
I don't want to stop a black man's business, so they're selling cards. I don't like the ad read because it's going to be boring and y'all going to leave. So they're selling cards in their description. You can go buy cards. I think one of them is for conversation and the other set of card is also for conversation. So if you want conversational starters, you can go to them and they will, you can buy cards. Let me check. Let me look at let me give them an ad read. Yeah. So $28. If you go to the video that I'm watching, you can click on the card, and if they are friends with all their exes, so I guess these are conversations for dating. I don't know, but you can buy with PayPal or whatever. So yeah.
Black men are maybe not going to university, and that results in increasingly worse outcomes in terms of both in partnering and in economic outcomes, then I think the conversation about why isn't that happening, even if we go, look, we don't need to be fighting each other over some shit that an economic and racial system has done to us.
Taking on the task of freeing people of freeing them of education. Freedom of education is white supremacy. This is wild.
Or maybe not going to university, and that results in increasingly worse outcomes in terms of both in partnering and in economic outcomes, then I think the conversation about why isn't that happening, even if we go, look, we don't need to be fighting each other over some shit that.
Oh, I don't disagree with him. And I just remembered now. I don't disagree with him. He's saying, yeah, but you need to go to school. He's saying, yeah, that's cute and all, white supremacy, all of that. But if you want to have better relationship outcomes and all of that, go to school. Marriages are better when people involved are educated. You make more money, all of that. All right, I agree with here this.
I thought he was just telling me. Like, that was so good, bro.
Like, yeah, damn.
That said, I want to get back to kind of the core conversation, because I do think that education, even if it happens to be white, is useful, like incredibly useful.
All right, thank you, sir. Whoever you are, don't know your name, appreciate you. Thank you. Finally, and I said this, finally, education is useful. Do not let them talk you down. You are the one. I choose you, pick you person. I choose him. Good.
And incredibly useful for black men specifically. And so just getting back to the core issue here of like, if we all agree that perhaps it is an issue that black men are maybe not going to university, and that results in increasingly worse outcomes in terms of both in partnering and in economic outcomes, then I think the conversation about why isn't that happening, even if we go, look, we don't need to be fighting each other over some shit that an economic and racial system has done to us both, just in different ways. My question would be like, okay, cool. What's actually going on here? Because I think we're like, cool. There's a gender war conversation that's a complete like shit show about this. Cool. Fuck it. All that's dumb. We've acknowledged that it's dumb. Now what's actually going on? Because and I don't know what the answer is actually. I'm hoping that somebody in here has like a better idea of what the factors are here. But one thing that sticks out to me is that men in general aren't going to university, aren't going to college as much. And I think that that's a big thing that's left out of the conversation, is that this is a trend that exists for all men, not just black men. And that's been increasing for a while. The gap has been increasing in that regard for some time. It's affecting black men in a way that's specific, and our gap is bigger than the gap between white women and white men for bachelors, for instance. And our gap for postgraduate degrees is just monumental. But for white men, it's the other way around. They actually get more postgraduate degrees than their white.
Look at him engaging with stats. Look at period. Sir, I don't know you. I don't know your name, but I want to say I was literally dying watching this mess go down, and finally you engaged. You engaged. I appreciate that. I don't know if I should be praising you for it because I feel like that's simple engagement, but I appreciate that at least you put back on the table what the conversation was about. Because it is weird for me to see that foreign man is spreading anti-intellectualism, right? The question is, why aren't men going to school? And black men. And in the same conversation, a group of men are talking about how black men are talking about how education is white men's system. Then get together, make your own education system, period. Go donate to Dr. Umar.
Like their women counterparts. So I'm wondering, like, what's going on? Is it financial? Is it happening before the high school graduation? Is it a result of, is prison industrial complex part of it? Is it, as many people are saying, a cultural thing where like we don't feel like.
Well, the prison industrial complex is not part of it. It will only be part of it if the people in prison are the people we're talking about not going to school, but people get degrees in prison, actually. But I think they're excluded and it's less than 1 million. So, no, that does not work. The prison industrial complex does not work as an excuse. No, it does not. Poverty does. And I hope they bring up the fact that education cost is going way up. And that's insane how much we have to pay for school. But then you run into the problem of women doing it anyway. So that's not an excuse for you, but it's a critique of the system generally that I do think is important.
That we could get into it, we could do it, but we feel for whatever reason that we shouldn't. Is it just a combination of all of those things, or is it something much more clever that we're just all kind of ignoring?
I think it's much more than that.
Yeah, go for it.
Because I did a little bit of Googling some stuff, and I see so systemic barriers in K through 12 education. Of course, like, schools in predominantly black neighborhoods often lack resources, funding, experienced teachers.
Is this man reading live? I know why. I Googled some things, and I'm going to read word for word what Google just said about some things, even though I'm going to talk. Maybe they spontaneously brought this topic up, and they didn't prepare for it.
Black boys are disproportionately suspended or expelled and are more likely to be placed in remedial or special education programs. Lower access to college prep resources like AP courses, SAT prep, and guidance counseling. Of course, economic challenges. Lack of representation and mentorship, a shortage of black male teachers and mentors contributes to a lack of visible role models, and students may feel a lack of belonging or fear of being stereotyped in predominantly white institutions or PWIs. Of course, you also have the school to prison pipeline.
I'm going to need them to leave that school to prison pipeline alone. I'm going to need them. Because you're going to need to go get the percentage for me. You're going to need to get the percentage. It's disproportionate, but it's not enough to say this is the reason. Secondly, if people are expelled or suspended, what are they doing to be expelled and suspended? There was a research that say teachers monitor black boys more than other groups. That is legitimate. I will take that. And we talk about this. The second part is about access to resources. Well, if you're in a school that don't have anything, yeah, you don't have access to resources. You still run into the problem of black girls being in those same schools. Also, as a grown man, you can still go to school. I get it now. I see what they did. They trashed black women in the beginning to make sure they had black men's ear. They're geniuses, and we didn't realize. No, but if they were telling them, maybe they will encourage them to go to school. But I already know they're not about to encourage them to go to school. And this would have been a good move, but that would be terrible if you thought you had to trash black women to get black men ears. If that's what you thought you had to do, that is trash. That is trash.
Black males are disproportionately affected by the criminal justice system starting at a young age, which negatively impacts educational opportunities and college eligibility. There's more. Cultural and social factors, like you were saying, Eddie, in some communities, college may not be viewed as the most accessible or relevant path to success. Thus, pressure to man up or support the family financially can outweigh perceived long-term benefits of education. Then, of course, mental health and trauma. So I think even like this is like a pretty decent list, but I think there's like a lot more factors that go into it as well.
That last one seems kind of interesting because I did see that pop up, is that there may be increased economic pressure on young Black men to enter the workforce rather than secondary education that is more pronounced for us than for other races of men and for women. So that seems, I wonder if that's true, but yeah, that's that. And yeah, and then all that K through 12 shit is like, yeah, that early destabilizing of like, yeah, because if you fucked up year 1 through year 7, it's fucked. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to bring that back.
What I think we even haven't even fully began to reckon with is also like the effects of the pandemic and just exactly.
Black men weren't going to school before the pandemic. Like, let's not do that. So it is hard for me to do the analysis sometimes because those are all true that was pointed out for the pressures and issues around Black boys. They also exist, and doubly so for Black women. A lot of these men, progressive type men, are disingenuous and they're liars. I'm not calling these men in particular liars. I don't know them. But progressives are liars when it comes to this very specific thing. And here's how. They will tell you that Black women, being Black and women, the intersectionality of Blackness and womanhood creates a disproportionate kind of disadvantage, right? When we talk about education and everything. And then, primarily when it comes to education or any other aspect that they want to make Black men the most vulnerable in, they will completely ignore sexism. They will completely ignore women's experiences in institution and even make it an asset to make their argument work. And it's trash. Oh, the trauma. Black women are being abused left, right, and center, and they're still making it through it. They're getting impregnated and they're being left single mothers by themselves, and they're taking care of a child themselves and still going to get degrees. No, you don't get that excuse. I am so sorry. You don't get that excuse. You just don't want to go. That's where I'm at. Now, if a single mother without community can figure out a way to take care of herself, her child, and get an education, you don't got an excuse. Now, whether or not you should go to school is important. If you don't think school is for you, get a trade. Not everyone can start a business. I don't like people sitting around making up all these kinds of excuses. I don't like it. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't do system level analysis. I'm not saying you should not engage in discussion around racism and how difficult it is going to be for you. But you have a responsibility where the women are doing what they need to do and getting educated. You don't get to just sit there and say, oh my God, the system. Yes, the system, but you can despite it. You shouldn't have to. Let me be very clear. You should not have to. But you have to. You shouldn't have to, but you have to. And unlike most men crashing out online, I actually do believe Black men can and should go into universities. I believe they can and should be academics. I believe they can and should be thinkers. I do.
what pushing, accelerating a whole couple year generation, like accelerating them just to get them across or get them ahead in their program might have very well been something that we're going to have to reckon with. We're going to have basically a workforce that is missing crucial skills. And not only that, but like when you include that into college prep and the matriculation through college and tertiary education in general, you just have like a bunch of different things at play with everything that you just said, and then some, basically affecting everybody. And when it affects everybody, it affects us
more.
the most. Yeah,
because I saw with the COVID shit that because as I was kind of looking up some of the factors and just
COVID is not why men aren't going to school. COVID has nothing to do with why men aren't going to school. They were doing it before COVID. COVID can't retroactively be the cause. It was happening before COVID. This don't make no sense. Reject.
just trying to get away from the Twitter bullshit nonsense discourse and going like what things are actually impacting people's decisions to go one way or the other. I was seeing some research that like community colleges and vocational like schools that are what is it called? Yeah, community colleges, associate's degrees, and things like that. We were disproportionately enrolled in those, and that those were most likely to impact or have the impact of like dropouts during COVID. So that was a whole group of black men who would have.
He said COVID was the reason black men dropped out of colleges.
Going on to get degrees, but who dropped the fuck out as a result of COVID, and that wasn't made back up. Whereas other men and women were in, universities, for instance, or were more likely to be in university. So it's like we were already kind of, if there's a hierarchy here, and then COVID cut that bottom out even more.
Absolutely. And it's
when you dropped out, go back. COVID is done, go back. Go back. Can't go back to college. We dropped out of college, so it's done. COVID made us drop out. All right, go back. COVID made you drop out. Go back. Go back to school. I thought it was the myriad of reasons over there, but apparently it's not the school to prison pipeline. Apparently it's not the teachers. It's not suspension. Apparently it's not expulsion. Okay, it's COVID. Go back. Someone said COVID retroactively took black men yeah, this is actually kind of we're conquering so many lanes with edu, sports, entertainment, becoming pastors, and now podcasts. But period. Period. Thank you, Curry up and Ian.
It's a multifaceted issue. I know that's not a sexy answer. And I think like an interesting way to look at it is, what does it mean? Because like an interesting way to look at it is a college degree, and by no means am I encouraging people not to get one. As someone with 2 advanced degrees, I can't. That would just be unreasonable, irresponsible.
You want a podcast with the rest of the niggas, so it's like, did it really?
That's where I'm going. That's exactly where I'm going with it. I did not need 2 advanced degrees to do foreign man in a foreign land. I mean, it helps, but yeah. And to take that a step further, in this current iteration of skullduggery that we're dealing with in Trump's America, in anti-DEI America, as a person of color, you definitely don't have any job security, and you haven't a couple letters behind.
Yeah, you don't have job security, but would you have more security with a degree? I venture to say you fare better in the job market with a degree than without. This is insane. It's actually insane. And they're trying to figure out, mind you, they're there putting their brains together, trying to figure out why men aren't going to college, while they're calling college white supremacy, why black men aren't going to college. They're calling it white supremacy and say we don't need it. But they're still trying to figure out why men aren't going to college. Why aren't men going to college? Also, you shouldn't go. Not important. You don't need it. Also, it's white supremacy. But like, why aren't men going to college? There's a system here, there's a system there. Meanwhile, these men who are, I'm assuming, college educated, maybe one of them might not be, I don't know. But I'm assuming they're college educated. I could be wrong. Y'all are anti-intellectuals. You are pushing an anti-intellectual narrative. And I get, again, the progressive idea that everything is just kind of there and you don't want to make people feel bad about decisions that they made. And that's important. If you care for people, you love them and you treat them well, even a community. But you can't lie to the community. You can't push the idea that, oh, don't go to school. What do you mean don't go to school? I didn't need not everyone is going to be a successful podcaster. Less than, like, what was it, 10%? I think my Discord found this. Well, less than 10% of people make, what was it, was it 100,000? I don't want to lie on this, but like using social media as your means for an income means that you are not most likely to make it. You're going to have to work a bunch of different jobs before you can do it. Less than 10% of people on social media as influencer make money that way. Upwards to 10,000. I think it was 100,000 per year was the cutoff. I mean, I could Google it now, but I don't care.
And your name, it may help, but how much? I mean, like a lot of people that I know that are graduating afterwards. I'm speaking to people that already graduated and they're coming to me trying to figure out how can they.
This man said the degree don't help. I'm glad. Whoever this person is, I appreciate your voice. I'm saying it. I don't care. Person with the here, I appreciate your voice. Thank you so much, because absolutely not. Fireman has lost his mind. Fireman has lost his mind.
We dealing with in Trump's America, in anti-DEI America. As a person of color, you definitely don't have any job security, and you having a couple letters behind your name, it may help.
Is it good? Is my camera good now? In Trump's America, in anti-DEI America, having a bunch of letters behind your name don't help. It helps. It helps. What do you mean it? Oh, the ding dong day. This is insane.
But how much? I mean, like a lot of people that I know that are graduating afterwards. I'm speaking to people that already graduated and they're coming to me trying to figure out how can they start YouTube. And these are my peers, or these are people that are set up in my
No, foreign man. No. Is foreign man getting paid to teach people YouTube? Nothing wrong with that. Make your money. But I think he's tied to that. And he needs to promote that YouTube is a feasible means for income. And so he's juxtaposing that against college and making YouTube a potential career above college. That's insane. I didn't hear this. I didn't realize he was saying people come to him to learn YouTube. And he's trying to help them to get YouTube. Good, do what you do. I'm here for it. But don't pretend like it's easier to be successful on YouTube than it is to go to college. Most of us on YouTube aren't going to make it. We're not going to make it. Oh, this is not good. This not good.
college as because I finished with my grad degree, and they're coming to me and they're
let's
just
back
like,
up real
hey,
quick. If because maybe we're saying maybe it doesn't matter. Like then the question would be, and the question we would have to ask is, are black men's outcomes lagging behind people in general? We know that for a fact. The answer to that question is yes, across like wage and outcomes with prison and health. There's no argument around this. Are we out of step with our women counterparts? And that seems to be also the case. Like our wages are slightly higher, but it's pretty goddamn close. The trend, it looks like, based on where all the data has come up to this point, that our wages will dip into a gap of where we're earning less overtime per dollar to our women. Which is that a bad thing? I would.
Let me be clear. I don't think this is conscious. I don't think this is like. I'm defending him because I don't think he's consciously trying to sell courses and needing people to believe that the course is even on par with a college degree. I'm going to pull up my outline from a live stream long ago, and we're going to look into these stats because absolutely not. Absolutely not. Social media promotes itself as a financial alternative for success, while at the same time demonizing traditional methods like education. It's a dangerous loop. Yes, I see Charlie Kirk and the white supremacists over there, Ben Shapiro, they're all pushing it. And it is insane to me that they're telling young people that they don't need to go to school. And then they're like, oh my God, why are men not going to school? Y'all tell them not to go. Y'all told them not to go. They're not about to listen to me. I'm telling them to go, but they're not about to listen to me.
Say yes, especially if it's not like if we're not rising together. I don't think it's that big of an issue if black women are making a little bit more. But if we're just making less overtime and that's what's causing the gap, I think that is a big issue. If that's true, which maybe you're kind of saying maybe it really isn't. You know,
I'm not sure.
Not. Sorry, absolutely not. Not maybe if that's true. Sorry. What? If you don't use OneNote, you should use OneNote because OneNote is the best way to organize your research. At least for me. Let's find this. Let me find my research here. By the way, I'm talking about the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics from 2023 because I updated it in 2023, and other research, but that's the main one. There was the Labor and Economics book that I read, which the volume I'll provide, and I can provide you all the citation that you need because I did a block quote for this because I didn't want to like split it up. I just wanted to read it. And there's a well-documented causal connection between higher education and more income. The studies we are reading, the studies we engage with, they consistently show that college graduates earn more on average than those without degrees. Over a lifetime, the gap between college educated and those who do not go to college significantly increase. There is zero credible research that indicates that college is not necessary for a group in terms of upward mobility. One of the most effective ways for upward mobility is through higher education. The people who are successful and didn't go to college are outliers. And most of them, even the outliers, are people who went to college and dropped out. It is not just the teaching itself, it is the connections that you make. It is the soft skills that you learn. It is the social engagement that you have to deal with. It is being wrong consistently. It is the skill to study and learn and engage. This is not just about learning particular things in a particular class. It is about a different environment improving your outcome in this capitalist system. Now, if you want to overthrow the system, then period. Good luck, good for you. All right. Research on the causal effect of education on earnings, estimating a 7 to 10% increase per year of schooling. Now, we already talked about why college is important. We're talking about human capital development. We're talking about field of study matter, the selection effect, the structural factors. We're talking about the fact that in a world that increasingly requires more and more formal certification, a college degree, higher education is one of the most important ones you can have. No, sit this one out. Sit this one out. Absolutely not. You are wrong.
If college is the one variable, the sole variable that's affecting
Causing
that end, we might be missing some other spurious variables at play.
No, we're not. We're not. When factor for all the other variables, that's where we got the 7 to 10%. When you ignore the other variables, you get up to like the 30%.
How much does college affect our job security and our earning potential? Especially
a lot. There is no way you're going to be a lawyer without college. There's no way you're going to be a doctor without. There are certain careers for which you cannot enter without a college degree. What do you mean?
Especially when we've seen that the job market specifically, wages have not really gotten any better.
Nope.
And very very degreed people.
Y'all know this is not an argument. Nothing is secure, but you are more secured. Someone said that he's gonna say it. I know he's gonna say this part. Nothing is secured. Like everything is up in air, but you are more secure. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. And this is not a dumb person. This is not a dumb person. At all. At all. So either he's biased around his own teaching for YouTube success. I don't know, I'm making that part up, but he does teach for YouTube success. Is clouding his judgment, or, yeah, no, that's the only thing I can come up with. That is insane to me. Foreign man's take right here is actually kind of insane to me.
People are struggling to find careers. I know fully well, as someone that was briefly in the job market with an advanced degree right before my YouTube took off, when I came, they were just like, I don't know how you could help me. And this was during.
Do you think you would have fared better without a college degree? Let's say it was hard for you. You couldn't get a job. Thankfully, YouTube blew up, so now you can take care of yourself and your family. Love that for you. Amazing. Love it. Yeah. Do you think if you didn't have a degree, you would have fared better in the job market? Do you think you would have fared better in the job market without a college degree?
This was when woke was woke. So I mean, right about now, I really don't think that I'm not saying by no means that people should drop out of college or people shouldn't engage with that, especially for a multitude of different reasons, because there's a lot of experiences, a lot of networking experiences, a lot of crucial things that happen in college that it will better your experience, not only your likelihood in the job market, but just your betterment for life in general.
I need a break. Latoya has been a member for 22 months. Thank you so, so much. Often the only way to get your foot in the door is, a degree. Fine, who has a degree is absolutely this. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would prefer to see a lot more black men becoming academics. And you want to know something interesting? In the barbershop, when I'm listening to men talk and their ability to like recall stats around football or whatever they're doing, it's actually really impressive. It is actually really impressive to know all of those men and all of their stats and like to like imagine flipping that into something useful. Imagine flipping that those thinking into something useful. It is not for a lack of capacity. It is not from a lack of capacity. I promise you, they have it. They have the capacity to do it. That's insane. What orange? I keep wanting to call him Orange Pill, and I don't know why. What Freud Man is doing is weird, wild to me, and I don't know why. I know he's better than this, so I still have. Do I have hope? Yes, but he's crushing it right now. Thankfully, this like guy right here, this one, I appreciate his existence right now on this.
General. But I do believe, unfortunately, to get with some theory, that our whole understanding of education is something that we need to begin to challenge. Education inside this current format assumes that we are these blank slates, uncultured people and children, really, that need to be filled. And the teacher are those authority figures.
If you can freestyle, you can get a degree. I hope some people are live on TikTok for us to go to be messy tonight too.
Figures that are reservoirs of knowledge, and they're the gatekeepers of what we want, which is enlightenment.
Oh my God, this mumble jumble woke. By the way, I don't use woke the way the Republicans use woke. I use woke very specifically, and I appreciate wokeness, so I'm not against it. But when super progressives start to meander, it's just like, can you just get to the point? Like, I get that you want people to be feeling good. I get that you don't want to be offensive. I get that you also want to flex your intellectual muscles. All of those things are beautiful, amazing. But can you just get to the point, please? Thank you.
Which is access to resources and all these different things. And that is a colonial mindset to have. And I'm speaking to myself because I graduated with my political science grad as a political scientist, and I had to
Why are you like this, Coco?
learn a lot of shit. I had a white supremacist tutelage and pedagogy that made me not primed to seize the world, but to be seized. It had me in a mindset that would allow me very easily to fall in line. And
Yo, again, I was gonna call this man Orange Pill. That's his name. Foreign man is out here telling that the white man is trying to indoctrinate you, so don't go to college. This is actually insane. Like, he is absolutely reaffirming that black men should not go to college while they're trying to figure out why black men don't go to college. This is actually insane. And he is using himself as an example of why you shouldn't go to college, because they want to take over your brain and brainwash you into white supremacy. That is. I think the academic elites are fearful in that I think there is a desire to not come off elitist. And in so doing, you talk down about your own experience, but dissuading people from going to school is not good. We literally need more educated black people. I ain't giving up on you. I maybe you're not talking to me. I'm not. Because I was talking to a friend of mine last night, and he was like, you need to come up with an affirmative vision of the future and believe in it so fundamentally that you can stand in it and stand up to anyone again and defend it. And I realize my affirmative in seeing Black women do well, I've felt comfortable in the idea that, okay, we're fine, right? But then we're not really good. We're not fine. Like some of the talent and ingenuity of Black people, some of it, they exist in Black men. Like, I believe that to my core. So you need to go and become scholars and philosophers, girl, and write some book, become politicians, become lawyers, become doctors, become bankers. Like, where are you? Like, I don't understand. I honest to God don't understand how foreign men could be up here telling Black men they don't need to go to school because it's like racism. Going to school is racist. That is insane to me. I think they're shying away from the talented 10th narrative and they're shying away from W.E.B. Du Bois. I don't know what. It is insane. It's actually insane to me. Oh, he goes there. He's gonna his child will be going to college. His child will be going to college. All of that capitalism, blah, 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 all of them making money, all of them doing well, all of them taking care of their family. No, I won't say this, but I mean, he said it online that he's like the provider in his house. So, like, leading into white supremacy, I guess. Like, and then you're telling other people not to do, like, I don't know. Trying to figure out why people think like I am the one who thinks poorly of, like, you do believe the men have a coherent argument. I love that phrase. No, I don't like y'all dragging me. I don't like y'all dragging me. I feel like every day I go in the Discord, I get dragged. When I come live, I get dragged on. So
before I began to read what was not on my curriculum and understand those things, I was really for the picking and choosing. Now I know you're saying that, okay, still you're supposed to go and follow the white people.
All right, girl, then go to an HBCU. Go to Jamaica. Stay in Bahamas, girl. Barbados, whichever one. Stay there. Go to school. Go to, I don't know, a university in Nigeria. I don't know. Go somewhere where it's Black if you don't want to be influenced by white supremacy. W.E.B. Du Bois said Harvard had the honor of having him as a student. Now we got Black men saying education is white. Girl. Yeah, they said Booker T. Washington, period.
People textbook. I read them. The way that I use them is really as counterintelligence for understanding what exactly I need to deal with.
That's fine. That's a good way to even go about it. But I also think that there's some assumptions. So first of all, HBCUs exist. You don't have to go to a PWI. You know what I'm saying? But right now, Howard is 75% women. It's like less than a quarter of that university is populated by Black men.
I got a problem with HBCUs too, so I know that.
All right. Foreign men said don't go to school. Foreign men said don't go to school then. This poor young man over here is trying to help, and foreign men out here talking about don't go to school. Wait, is his name Bruno? Bruno out here dragging, and I appreciate Bruno for that.
Okay, and so maybe there's all right, fair enough, and maybe those even replicate that kind of stuff. But then, and this is a point that I always hammer in on, then what instead? Because it's very easy to say, like, because we already live in a system and motherfuckers got to feed themselves. And so sometimes you have to sometimes you have to facilitate the rat race, even if it's keeping the general monster alive. Because what are we doing? We're sacrificing black men's ability to feed ourselves in a system so that we can one day maybe tear.
All right, I'm with Little Bruno. Y'all said his name was Little Bruno. He's saying this on a white man's platform. Right. He's saying this on you said his name is Little Bruno. I'm here for Little Bruno. But Little Bruno, I respect you. I would love to have a conversation with you. I mean, I guess we don't disagree on anything, but I mean, you and I agree right now. I have a learning disability, but I was able to finish college. It wasn't easy, but I did the work. Good on you. I appreciate that. If all these excuses annoying me. Oh, y'all said Bruno for Bruno Mars. Oh my God, y'all have. Period. I wonder if he thinks that's like mean. I'm not trying to be mean, sir. I actually appreciate you and your voice. Congrats, Nikki. Appreciate that. I appreciate this, and I'm glad you made it too, because you can do it.
The whole thing down, like that doesn't make sense to me as a plan for the next 50 years. Like, this system's not going anywhere. What's happening is it's continuing to exist and we're just not getting access to it. And I agree with that. The black excellence, black CEO, black capitalist framework is a problem. I can totally agree with that. But what's the alternative that we're providing? If we're just going, oh, hey, look, since we're all anti-capitalist, what if black men were poor? That solves the problem, right? No, that just means we're poor and everybody else is still doing shit like they always were. So, and I'll try and skip to maybe giving an answer that might kind of bolster where you're coming from, which is.
Do not bolster anything. You ate that down. Fully agree. There's nothing you said that I disagreed with at this point. But now you said you're going to bolster for it. Don't bolster. I know that you like him being on your platform. I get that. Don't acquiesce. Don't acquiesce. He can take it. His name is Big Body Foreign for a reason. He can take it.
Maybe there are alternative ways of education, mentorship, apprenticeship, vocational education, short courses that would be better suited to black men's needs. And maybe that's something that we lean into. How we get our knowledge and skills up. So maybe that's where we might go. And I'm quite open to that.
Before I say Josh, thinking.
I mean, I'm for one. What is okay? All right.
I like the one.
Yeah, or just tell me I'm tripping.
No. Because I mean, like, really, because my whole thing with the whole like education thing, and then like I guess maybe like black men's desire to go to college or like get higher education beyond like a bachelor's degree is what is the said purpose of this educational like form? Was saying like, yeah, I got a degree in political science, was it? Yeah, and then like it was like, what? I was taught by a white man. I'm filled with propaganda. Now I got to learn everything. So it's like, it kind of gets into a point like, what's the point? What am I going to use this knowledge for? Am I even going to be able to apply this knowledge and apply all this shit that I got this degree for to a job that actually matches my degree? Or like, what are you doing it for? Are you just going to college just for the sake of making more money? If that's the case, there's a bunch of different ways you can make more money. So hopefully that's like, we're not just looking at it thinking that black men are dumb, but maybe hopefully we're finding like other ways to like make more money that doesn't involve going into a traditional 4-year school. So it's like, what's most important? Are we valuing just education in and of itself or the ability to advance in this country? I mean, but of course you can do the same thing at the same time, but
yeah.
You know,
no, that's a good point, because I was kind of saying,
I have zero clue what he just said.
And like, the reason that it matters that we're not a university is because that's resulting in later on worse outcomes. So it's kind of like university is a proxy for, are we making money? Are we financially secure? Are we healthy? Which is tied to income. So that's a good point. But I also think that like more education is good for like all the shit that you said about learning propaganda and unlearning it. Twitter are in the same boat of like white propaganda as well, just with fewer tools to then.
I had to delete someone. I had to delete someone coming because someone was like that he is exhibit number one for why you need to go to college. And you all ain't right. This man just probably meant. I think he just don't care about this conversation. My take is that he don't care about this conversation, so I don't care about what he got to say. Because it just felt like he was mumbling through. I think he was like, "Oh, I have to say something. Let me just put some words together." Ain't nobody know what this man was talking about. Ain't nobody.
Critically question it after the fact. So I think that like you're much more well equipped to question this shit having had a liberal like white education than not having that. Like, well, I don't know why we're acting like, you know, the Black Panther playbook or Malcolm X are like straight on the table if you don't go to college. Like that's not what's happening.
I meet some of the niggas that I grew up with that didn't go off. We call going to school go off like when we go to foreign.
Yeah.
And I come back home and I get back to him. I be feeling like Michael B. Jordan, and unfortunately Jordan Major. Like, you know, like when he come back and he see his boy from then, and like you feel like a kind of resentment, but like also like a danger, but also like a reflection, like a, you know, that scene speaks to me like in a million different ways, because I have them friends a lot of the time when I come back with you know a degree, and then your boys on the block, they looking at you and they just like, oh yeah, you're back, what's happening, everything good, let's go for a drink, let's go sit down. They are able to communicate to me such an understanding of the working class.
They're still not gonna get a job without a degree. They're still not gonna get a job without a degree. I mean, they might get a job, but it's easier to get a job with a degree.
Struggle.
Okay.
And I cannot communicate to them. I can't communicate to them. I talk in such a way.
Bullshit. Yeah.
I talk in with highfalutin academic language, and they telling me, say, listen, I can't afford bread. Like that, like, you know, like I can't afford bread. Or this gal, you know, they're speaking in a visceral manner that gets to the point because they are closer to the point. Because they haven't.
I see why they might not like him. Imagine you see your friend on TV who go abroad. In Jamaica, they go abroad and they come back, and he on TV talking about I'm just that girl, and they're closer to the problem. They're closer to the poverty. Why would of course they don't like you. I mean, they might like you, but imagine, girl, if I was the friend and I saw foreign men dragging me like this online. Yeah, do you imagine your friend? He's like, they're closer to the poverty. They're closer. I speak in such a way they're just not on my level. I have to step down some notches. This is wild. Oh my God, period.
Necessarily had to, you know, read Durkheim.
And this is not a dig. I think Foreign, based on how he engages with his degree and language, he likes the fact that he has a degree. And that's beautiful. Like, you know, when women go on men's panel and they're like, oh, I'm a PhD, and then they'll make fun of you. I never understood it, because like when someone does something good or well or like work hard, my goal is like to praise them, like, oh, you did that. Hey, but they're like dragging them. Foreign Man is praising himself, but he's doing it in a self-deprecating kind of way where he's like, I am so educated and I read the books and amazing, and they can just tell me they're poor and they can't afford bread. Where? Like I don't understand. I don't understand why you would say that. It sounds like they don't care about school. So what's all the complaint? Yeah, based on what foreign man saying, he's saying, well, they don't go to school. Foreign man said, let them eat cake. Period, foreign man. Period.
And they didn't have to read Marx and all these other people. And I could talk about them, but what sense does it make me having all of this white man textbook if I can't talk to my boy that I go into school with? We born, right across the road.
Why can't you talk to them? Why can't you? Are you not better than them? Foreign man, are you now better than I heard white man textbook, but I care nothing about the white man textbook because foreign man is on a mission to make sure men don't go to school. Foreign man foreign man is on a one-man mission to take down the postgraduate industrial complex. If foreign man said, y'all not gonna go to school, y'all gonna be podcasters. Yeah. Foreign man said he can't talk to the uneducated and the broke. Foreign man said he can't talk to the uneducated and the brokes. Funny enough, I still in my Discord, there are women who are a lot of doctors, a couple of attorneys, some people who are now finishing up their school or just going into school, and there are a couple of people who have never been to school, right? Or whatever. And I think there's someone in there who did a trade. I'm pretty sure there's someone in the trade. When I tell you, whenever I go in my Discord, them people be dragging me left, right, and center, and no one one person will remind you she's a doctor. The love of my heart will remind you she's a doctor. But outside of her, she gonna drag me. She gonna drag me. Everyone dragging everyone talking to everyone. There is no I don't think there is ever a feeling of, oh, I don't have a degree so I can't talk. This is a weird thing to think. To say I can't talk to them them boys, they broke and uneducated. That's weird. Are there no textbook written by a black man? It's still the white man textbook. It's still the white man textbook. I'm ignoring my people from my Discord adding me. Don't add me. I'm not going to read none of that.
Road from one another.
Yeah, how useful is it?
How useful is all this information if I can't communicate
Okay,
it?
that's a fair point.
No, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that education is useless or we shouldn't be going to college. I value my collegiate experience a lot. I think that what the danger of niggas like me is that we think that we go off to college and then we come back and it's very difficult not to fall into that the boys trap. It's
now
very
I'm gonna tell
difficult.
y'all what it is, kind of shit.
Exactly. I come back and I could be the new colonizer, and I suppose.
How about you get your degree and you still treat people like they're your equals because they are. You're not better than someone. The society values it more, but you can value your friend as a human being equal, talking to people because you want to talk to them. You don't have to use all the language you learn because you want to communicate with someone. And because they're not using the language you've used doesn't mean you can't understand them. Like, what do you mean? That is insane to me. Well, I'm enjoying walking for my earned degree. I enjoy working for my earned degree in May. Walking. Oh, it's walking when you go graduate. Not me trying to correct you while you're correct. You better enjoy walking for your earned degree in May. I appreciate that. Period.
supposed to because I put in the work and I read the books and I got the grade. So I supposed to get this. I supposed to get the resources. And then we get frustrated when we don't get access to that. And then
because you're talking in bullshit. Yeah.
No, but more importantly, like it ain't like the nigga that like I go to school with, he already didn't.
If you get educated, you're now a colonizer. Congrats, yeah. I think I said that. If you get educated, you're now a colonizer. What? Period.
Didn't think he was supposed to get it. He know what it is not to get it. I go on to school and I come back and I telling him, I say, listen, you're supposed to work for me because I put in the work. And then I frustrated with that system because I ain't getting back what I put in. He already know he wasn't supposed to get in the first place. He ahead of me is what I'm trying to say. Because he figured this out already.
I'll roll back. I still think there's a lot of value to like.
Not saying what you said isn't making sense. You're making a lot of sense with it. Yeah.
No, and likewise, I think so. Yeah, I would still lean on that. I think that.
All right, don't go to school. Don't go to school. Let's play this out. You don't go to school in a capitalist society. How do you survive? How do you survive? Yes, he's about to cuddle him. I was with Bruno Mars. No, I'm not going to do that. I was with this one, but he about to cuddle him. Hey, Penelope, how are you? You've been a member for 13 months. Wait, were you the same Penelope on my live stream over on TikTok acting up? Are you the same Penelope that was on my live stream over on TikTok acting up, dragging people? I ain't moving on until you let me know if that was you. I am not moving on until I know if you were the same Penelope that was over there on TikTok acting up, dragging people on my live stream. Hey, beautiful queen goddess. Oh, nothing. We were just talking about going to school and how important it is. Hope all is well.
Some education is useful for what and whatever form that may take, which is why I tried to open up the floor to there are other things that aren't just the university system. But I think it's really useful to just poetry and fucking, statistics and critical reading and essays and all that stuff just to figure out how to think about things and to figure out what things are true in the world and to kind of go like, oh, I can start a business or I can travel the world or I can work for a nonprofit. Like just knowing those things, a lot of that happens in college. But let's say that none of that is true. Let's just wipe that off for a second and talk about the income thing. I feel like there's this thing that we're talking about with college where there's a big assumption where we're just talking about that college is only like gender studies and African Americans. It's like you can go to college to become like a fucking doctor, you know what I mean? Or like an electrical engineer or like an architect. And those are very much clearer pathways towards long-term earnings. And all
right, the light-skinned one loves to hear himself talk. That's okay. That's okay, because he's the only one talking sense. I don't mind that he liked to hear himself talk, because he checking them. Well, not them. The Beanie's not really engaged. He's telling foreign man, girl, you're wrong. And he really going in. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it. From a person who does advocate for more men to go to college, here's the thing. I'm an advocate for men. Sorry, there was something on my face. And as such, I want more men to go to college.
I feel like we're kind of sidestepping that conversation. So, one, I think doing that definitely means more money. There are a lot of degrees that retain high employability, much more so than a political science degree, if I'm being honest. And I feel you because I'm in that boat. But then I'm thinking, okay, so then there's these other options for black men to make money. Do we all have access to without a university degree? Do we all have access to that? So that would be my last pushback, and then I'll shut up.
I mean, trade schools.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, I mean, hell, even like those
How long are y'all going to tell black people to go to trade schools? They're not going to trade school. They're not going to college. And I think they should go to college. Like, what do you mean?
the 2 year,
associates, yeah.
Yeah. Junior college associates get your associate's degree. But mainly like trade schools, we really need to start pushing like more trade schools, more trades. Really get a trade, like, because
No, we shouldn't push more trade. We should push school. I think people should go to trade school, and I think people should go to college. I think you should sit down and try to figure out which one you want to do, and then do, and not even one, like you can do anything you want to do. So I don't mind. The issue that I have is the very specific anti-formal education taste that is in all the amounts.
one can take that away from you. I also do
electrician.
want to.
I'm with that.
I also want to promote just genuine, general education as well. Like read books and learn things that you are genuinely interested in. A lot of times when you go to school, it's just.
No. Yes, you can read in your spare time, and you should read in your spare time. Get that muscle going. Also go to school and go read books you don't want to read. Go learn something you didn't think you weren't thinking of. Be prolific.
Shit that you have to learn that you could give two fucks about most of the time. Like you're just completing a task. Like you're not genuinely taking like a strong interest in it. Well, at least not all the time for everybody, but of course, like I think there are a lot of people who, when they go to school, it's like I don't care about this information. I'm just doing this to complete a task. But if you know what I'm saying, like get a trade, do something productive, like I don't know, start a business, get your LLC, wake up at 3 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Get you some goddamn alkaline water and a banana peel. Hustle, nigga. Hustle.
Get that grind.
This is degenerate. Let me explain what is happening from my perspective that is absolutely 100% correct. These men don't go to school because school is boring. School is not sexy. Getting a career is not sexy. You don't get to flex. You actually have to work. They see what this one was like blabbering on about. It was supposed to be a joke that no one laughed with. But you know that black guy who is like the fitness influencer who did the whole thing with the water and bathing and shower, whatever. They want to perform and peacock. And that's why the shiny becoming a rapper, a ball player, an influencer, that is more enticing. The idea of being a business owner is enticing, even though they don't actually want to run the business because it's going to take a lot more work than they think. They want that because that you can show off with. And that's the problem. No, go to school. Go to school. It's not flashy. You might get some trips when you get vacations. It's not good, and we can actually engage in discussion about capitalism more broadly and maybe how to restructure it. But until we do, go to school, get a job, live a regular life. No, because everyone wants to flex online. Everyone wants to a random attorney, a random doctor is not just online, zip it in and zoing it, right? And so you don't get a peek into people's life that are living normal, everyday, even boring, but like meaningful lives. Like a lot of the times it's boring and that's fine. You're not going to be excited. You're not going to have a Lamborghini and a pool on top of your roof. And like, you're not going to have all of that. Like, and I just wish like the social media aesthetic of what success looks like isn't what success looks like for most people in the middle class and upper middle class. Like, it just isn't. It's easier for you to attain normalcy and a good meaningful, amazing life with people who care about and you care about, and you can take care of each other. It's easier to do that than to become a top 1% driving a Lamborghini, flying out every day and getting a model wife, looking through the paper to get a wife to pull from the paper. No, the magazine's not paper.
Fucking paper up. God damn.
For real.
Wake your ass
real.
up.
Shit.
Y'all sleeping,
and them
we
lawyers,
stacking dollars.
them lawyers, I know a lot of them because I was on the law track, and when I got into law school, literally that's when my first video blew up. And when I got, especially when I got onto Nebula, and we got.
Salam, happy Friday. I have never seen a group in my 59 years of living, people who want to stay stupid and badly. No, yeah. Welcome. Happy Friday. I love that you all are here with me. After this, oh my God, I wanted to go to TikTok to go raid someone's live and be messy. But I think I'm going to do that some other time. But I'm going to do it with the Discord. But I'm not going to tell y'all. I'm not going to tell y'all because it's going to be too many people. And then it's going to become overwhelming. And I don't want to do that. I can agree. The lack of flashy appeal does deter some people from pursuing a normal life. But consumerism and FOMO is part of the engine of our capitalistic society. Normal is nothing to... Yes, I think normal is like... I mean, I just did my spiel, but yeah, I think for a lot of people, it's like normal isn't good enough.
Got a guy named Legal. He's a lawyer. He makes YouTube content, and I asked him, I was just like, why wouldn't you just practice law? It's just like I make 10x more money talking about law on YouTube than I do actually practicing law. More importantly, though, here in the Bahamas, especially because like we could go and get
All of that stuff.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, sorry. Of course, Legal Eagle with almost over 3 million, 3.6 million, with 3.6 million subs. Of course, he's making a lot of money. What do you mean? Of course he is. This is not what you're not about to hit 3 million. Not him. He can do it. I believe. Foreign man in a foreign land. I believe you can make 3 million. I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm talking about most people not about to hit these numbers. Most people aren't about to hit this number. And guess what? I'm pretty sure he has a law firm. I'm pretty sure he still practices. He left law school to do YouTube, to be a YouTube. No. I would never give up my career, even if I'm not doing it in the same way that I am doing it now. I was gonna say, I don't think I would ever give up my legal career. I don't think I would ever give that up. I don't know. I it's part of who I am. Even if I needed, like, if I were running a huge business, like my mom, if she was like, I need you to come help me with my business, which probably would never happen, I would not. I would have to do law in some form. I would have to, like, I couldn't not do it.
Law as a bachelor's degree. You can't do that in the States. You have to go and do a BA and then advanced degree.
Wow.
Over here, we got
Period. I need to get like him. Period.
got a bunch of lawyers. We have a surplus of lawyers. We have a surplus of doctors. because yet again, this is immigrant mentality a lot of the time.
Yeah,
a lot of the time
gotta be
we
a doctor,
go off.
gotta be a lawyer.
Exactly, you gotta be. Otherwise, you're a failure.
Maybe.
Wait, where is he from? Where is it Bahamas? I'm gonna look this up. I don't think he's lying, but I'm still gonna look it up. Where's he from? Sorry, someone said Gaia. No, I think it's Bahamas. I need to. They probably won't have. I just noted that I need to look this up about employment rate for attorneys in Bahamas. Because the employment rate in Bahamas is really low, was in the Caribbean generally, but I'm pretty sure attorneys would be higher in terms of employment than the general population. I think that's true for most countries, and then doctors, obviously.
Maybe you could be an academic if you're dumb.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way to put it. If you could be a career student, and they struggling. Lawyers, doctors. Only a couple of them at the upper crust of their profession is actually making the money. You look across multitude of different places. Now, granted, you will say that
that I can look up. I think that's easy to look up. Let's see what the average income for attorneys, I hope, is in Bahamas. $90,000 Bahamian dollars. I'm gonna do it Bahamian dollars. That's fine. He tried it.
A struggling lawyer is making more than someone that's packing bags or something like that, to a degree. You have to compound the amount of debt that's on a lawyer, as well as the amount of time, as well as like the amount of difficulty and rigor that they're operating at, all to struggle on top of that. What I'm trying to illustrate is like a level of insecurity in the job market. Regardless, these degrees don't mean as much as they used to. The bar for entry, if it's just about making money, is a lot more flippant, because sure, not every streamer is going to make Aiden Ross money. However, you have people that are in reach to you that are making far more than doctors, far more than lawyers, and just making videos on YouTube. If it's about money, you could find a bunch of different ways to be ingenuous. My agent, the man that owns.
Hey, wait, what? If it's about making money, you don't have to go to school. You can find a bunch of different ways to make money. Okay, cool. Why aren't they doing it? Why aren't they doing it? That's insane. I don't like this. I still have faith. I still have faith in Foreign Man, and y'all not gonna make me think differently. I still have faith in Foreign Man, but I really like this one. This guy right here. He was very thoughtful. Now watch them all do something to embarrass me.
That started Nebula didn't graduate high school. He essentially now I'm not saying that Steve Jobs didn't do that either, and all this other people. I understand that that's anecdotal. What I'm saying is that these very statistics that we're looking at, as far as just like understanding what a college degree means as far as their income potential, more and more, as we are seeing people play in our faces with the economy and pulling rugs around the place and artificially shorten stocks so that their friends can get rich and all the rest of this, you're trying to learn the rules of engagements of a game that is constantly being changed. And after a particular point, trying to heat it is madness. Not saying don't go to school.
there is a direct link between education and income, increase in income. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Ain't no way. Ain't zero way. Yeah, Bruno Mars gonna eat him up. Let eat him up, Bruno.
I went to school. I got my advanced degrees.
It sounds like that's what you're saying for him.
But
it sounds like that's what you're saying.
I'm saying,
you said get a mic and become a rapper or a streamer or a podcaster.
Definitely don't be. No. We need to put a tax on mics because niggas be saying outrageous things. What I am saying is understanding that by going to college, that does not guarantee you any type of security.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that.
Then why we pushing it like?
Wait, he really. It does guarantee you some kind of security, though it doesn't create complete security. I am saying that going to college provides some level of security, though it's not perfect. What do you mean? Particularly if you're going for STEM or to be a lawyer.
And become a rapper or a streamer or a podcaster.
Definitely don't be. No. We need to put a tax on mics because niggas be saying outrageous things. What I am saying is understanding that by going to college, that does not guarantee you any type of security.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that.
Then why we pushing it like it is?
It's implied though. Like it's implied.
That isn't.
Wait, how do you fundamentally misunderstand what the argument is? Like, I don't understand. So all this time, this whole time, I guess the college degree does. No, that ain't right. That ain't right. You know that man's smart. He just got a bad day. You know that man's smart. He just got a bad day. You know that man is smart. He just got a bad day. You know. Demas, who you choose? Hafiz or foreign man easily. Foreign man easily. Foreign man easily. I think foreign man is a good man. I think foreign man is a good man. I think foreign man is taking care of his family. I think. Wait, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Foreign man is a good man. He is a good I can't even spell Hafiz. Let's do foreign. Yeah, I know I can't vet, right? So, first of all, I can't vet. Second of all, you know I'm gonna stick beside them. I have to. All right, there's the vote. You guys have to vote. Y'all can't not vote.
More security if you do go to college.
I was gonna add the beer, but I decided not to add the beer. Where's DJ?
Wait, y'all are saying two different things.
Okay.
Total security and more security are completely different fucking. Nothing provides total security.
No, even more security, I'd venture.
We know that's not true. Like the lifetime earning outcomes, even when you take out the debt of.
And Bruno Mars eating. I'm not gonna add another. This is what we are forced to do. In period, Bruno Mars is eating. Wait, they said the poll is closed. Let's look at the poll. Period. Floyd man is leading and who picked Hafiz? Y'all ain't right. No. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. What? No, I feel like y'all only picking Hafiz to be petty. Foreign man is miles ahead of Hafiz. Don't do that. Do not do. Y'all don't do this. Do not do this. Ain't right. Y'all just doing it to spite me. That ain't right.
and become a rapper or a streamer or a podcaster.
Definitely don't be. No. We need to put a tax on mics because niggas be saying outrageous things. What I am saying is understanding that by going to college, that does not guarantee you any type of security.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that.
And then why we pushing it like it is?
It's implied though. Like it's implied that you have more security if you do go.
You know what? Wait. Y'all are saying two different things.
Okay.
Total security and more security are completely different. Fucking nothing provides total security.
No, even more security. I'd venture. I genuinely.
We know that's not true. Like the lifetime earning outcomes, even when you take out the debt of the.
You're getting blocked. You're getting blocked. What do you mean you're sticking beside MPs? You're getting blocked. What do you mean? You are getting blocked. How you gonna stick beside MPs? No.
Going to college, that does not guarantee you any type of security.
Yeah, but nobody's saying that.
Then why we pushing it like it is?
It's implied though. Like it's implied that you have more security if you do go.
You know what? Wait. Y'all are saying two different things.
Okay.
Total security and more security are completely different. Fucking nothing provides total security.
No, even more security. I'd venture.
We know that's not true. Like the lifetime earning outcomes, even when you take out the debt of the degree, is more for people who graduate college still now. Like, yes, the rug is being pulled up. That's still true. That's why everybody else is. That's why people who are going to college are succeeding, and that's why it's a concern that men are falling behind in that regard.
And I don't think that we actually take into account the spurious variables that actually end up in a person going to college actually earning more. Because a lot of the friends that I went to college with.
Let me just go ahead and end this poll now that Foreign Man is winning. All right, so Foreign Man won the 61% and Hafiz lost at 38%. Good. All right, well, we did that fair and square.
They failed out of college and then they went back to their family business. We also don't take into account that a lot of the time when we have these people that go to college, it wasn't because their degrees got them better jobs, but it's because they went to AKA. It was because they had this fraternity or because they made this crucial connection at college that was able.
That is still an argument for college. Because your friends couldn't cut it and they failed out of college don't mean nothing. You probably should have helped them. You probably, Hafiz said I would hate to be Hafiz's friends. Hafiz be dragging his friends. Hafiz just be out here dragging his friends for filth.
They failed out of college and then they went back to their family business. We also don't take into account that a lot of the time when we have these people that go to college, it wasn't because their degrees got them better jobs, but it's because they went to AKA. It was because they had this fraternity or because they made this crucial connection at college that was able to get them the jobs that they needed.
Sure. So the way that you might try and parse those out is you would try and control for other factors, like did they grow up in a home where their parents went to university? How rich were their parents? Were they in a single family home? Did they experience like violence or food insecurity during their life? You would control for those things, and what you would find is that even for all of those groups, the college university's impact on lifetime earnings still remains. So yes, that's a great question, and the answer is yeah, it still does.
I told you, Bruno. I told you Bruno was that guy. Instead of picking Hafiz and Foreign Man, y'all could have had Bruno. Y'all could have had Bruno, but y'all didn't want Bruno on the poll. Y'all could have had Bruno, but y'all did not want Bruno. Bruno just chewed them up. Bruno. Period. I love that for us.
He's got them better jobs, but it's because they went to AKA. It was because they had this fraternity or because they made this crucial connection at college that was able to get them the jobs that they needed.
Sure. So the way that you might try and parse those out is you would try and control for other factors, like did they grow up in a home where their parents went to university? How rich were their parents? Were they in a single family home? Did they experience like violence or food insecurity during their life? You would control for those things, and what you would find is that even for all of those groups, the college university's impact on lifetime earnings still remains. So yes, that's a great question, and the answer is yeah, it still does.
I'm willing to give you some latitude as opposed to a person that invests in being able to understand.
What do you mean you're going to give him latitude? The man just gave you research. You're talking about, no, I don't know. I'm just, wait. What do you mean? What do you mean you're going to give him? Ain't no latitude. He just gave you facts. Whether they're straight fire. Fire. He gave you fire.
understand the world and understand that they understand the world is probably more equipped to make money if we're looking at income being the metric of success, is able to make more money than someone that necessarily isn't. I also am going to say that I think that it's a very regressive way to contextualize the conversation and leaves out like a lot of variables on the table that are very important.
Nah, we're good. We're good. It is what it is. It contextualized nothing. Latitude, nothing. Truth is truth. Straight facts. Straight fire off the dome.
Important to the conversation.
No, I think there's other stuff that needs to. I think there's other stuff to address. We just got to address it. Is maybe what I'm saying. I'm a very solution oriented person, so it's like, should we get folks back in the university? Cool. Or if we're like, oh, maybe that's not the solution. What is? Let's do that. Do we need more mentor? Like you said, do we get more black men in trade schools? Do we make pushes and put government funding towards drives in middle school?
Yo, why I forgot this man was here. Did anyone else? Did anyone else forget this man was here? Completely forgot this man was here.
School and high school to help black boys get their trade, qualifications to become electricians, plumbers, landscapists, et cetera, et cetera. I'm cool with that too. I just want to, because I feel like otherwise it's just plugging our ear and going, well, that's not the solution. So I guess we'll just die.
Yeah, no, definitely not the feudalist, pessimistic route. Like, you just sit on your hands. I just think that there's an investment, because I've been in the system for so long, as far as just like the academic system, there's an investment in producing, especially for black boys and black men, being in that academic system, producing a particular type of worker bee. And I think that we're a lot more dangerous than we think, because we have that. The most dangerous person I've ever encountered is a academic that thought they were smart.
Okay.
Probably the most dangerous person, because you can't deal with that man. You can't deal with him.
Wait. He just said he don't talk to his friends because they can't be on his level and they need to follow him because he believes he's always right. And then you said the most dangerous man is an academic. You just described yourself like that. Wait. Did foreign just... a period. A period.
Can't tell him nothing. Yeah.
You can't tell him nothing, and he.
Oh, they're laughing at him. Do you think he caught on? Do you think he caught on what they're doing to him? Do you think he caught on what they're doing to him right now?
You have cut. I know you can see him right now.
Was this a relative, by the way?
No, unfortunately not.
Okay.
But I speak to them on YouTube all the time. That's the end of their life force right there, because they literally think, okay, I got the degree, I know it all. I can't learn anything from anybody else. And I have also heard, to bring it full circle,
that's what you just said about you and the friends that you went back home to in Bahamas. That was you. Look good in all my photos. Period.
That's saying people engaging in this discussion. Like, I hear, like, there was a TikTok that basically said the people talking about this conversation are not qualified to talk about it. And while I understand where she's coming from, she's also indicative of the same problem, unfortunately.
All right, let me go on for Harriet and see what for Harriet said about this. I think for Harriet said the people who are talking about this aren't qualified to talk about it. Let's see if for Harriet said that. I might be lying. Let me check. Kimberly Nicole Foster.
Black women love bringing up race when they talk about you. And I said, when way back in the day when I still lived in Oklahoma City in my $650 a month apartment. Black men and college and gender and the economy of love and marriage and mating. Maybe we'll get into that, but really this is about Black men in college. And even like the old school microphone, like I dug this out of the treasure trove. Okay. And this is not a small microphone. I just have small hands. Okay. This is not a big microphone. I just have small hands. Are you going to upload? Yeah, I am. I'm in Chicago. The last time an apartment was $650 a month, it was probably the early 2000s. Well, I'm in OKC. Very random question, but who are your favorite YouTubers right now? I really do not consume a whole bunch of YouTube. So I'm happy and upbeat and positive. I am wearing merch. Malcolm Gladwell is a really interesting, more focused person. The show Gilded Age kind of touches on. I did share not too long ago. We're about developments of the past, we'll say 6 months, the past year. Gosh, don't get me started, you guys. But yeah. People think just learning things, knowing things. Bro, the over-reliance. You know what the most embarrassing development? It's been a few months since I've been on this channel, so I just have a lot to get off my chest. We're just gonna be here, okay? It's fine. One of the most embarrassing developments of the past, we'll say 6 months, the past year, are the number of people who say, I asked ChatGPT and it told me this. Well, this is what ChatGPT says. Why aren't you embarrassed? And I'm not anti-LLM at all. I'm not anti-chatbot at all. But to do real thinking, real analysis. And now there is research about how often ChatGPT is wrong. How often the LLMs, the chatbots that synthesize that information, they're wrong.
That man said, TikTok, y'all are messy. He was not talking about Kim. Let's hear it again. Kim said, y'all are not equipped to have these conversations and y'all need to go to learn. I agree. A lot of us aren't equipped. I agree.
This discussion, like I hear, like there was a TikTok that basically said the people talking about this conversation are not qualified to talk about it.
All right. So he was not talking about Kim because Kim said Kim is on YouTube, not TikTok. So let's clear that up. He was not talking about Kim.
And while I understand where she's coming from, she's also indicative of the same problem, unfortunately. Essentially that I have this degree, I could speak on this issue. You didn't go to school, you can't. I'm talking about you. You didn't go to school. And I'm equipped to talk about it, and I'm qualified to talk about it because I have the degree because I went to school. And that's a part of the problem.
That's not true. You can say someone is not equipped, which is not saying they have nothing to do. Like, it has nothing to do with school. You could learn how to have the conversation, read numbers, engage in statistics without going to school. That you're ill-equipped is not necessarily a condemnation of you not going to school, though you should go to school.
Because you basically disenfranchised and you've put like a moat in between a multitude of different people. And that person that didn't go to school has a lot of value to learn and that you could actually employ to other people, especially us that did go to school. But you're closed off from learning because you think you've already learned everything. That nigga's still learning though. The person that didn't go to school is still learning.
Hell yeah. That motherfucker learning right now as we speak. And with that being said, if you
you got kicking segues right here. Like George been killing me with the segues, blood.
He's still my man learning as we speak right now. So if you become a doctor or just get like a hell of advanced degrees, just to turn around and ask a nigga, hey, how do I start a YouTube channel that has nothing to do with your degree? You might be seeing a red flag. If you go out on
No. You can get an advanced degree and then turn to someone without a degree to help you to start a YouTube channel because you didn't get a degree in starting YouTube channels. Like what? No, it's not a red flag if you want to do something on the side of your career. If you did something in school and then decide, oh, I learned that, I decide I want to do something else with my life. No.
on an apology tour without taking accountability or actually apologizing, then I mean, hey, nigga, you might be waving the red flag. It's been Waving the Red Flag podcast. It's been your boy Josh. It's been Eddie, and of course the magnanimous foreign man, the foreign land, the foreign big body.
I'm filing a hate crime against all y'all.
Bahamian body.
Where's the HR nigga? Like I need. Nah. I was gonna say HR. We need to bring that nigga back. Big up yourself.
Somebody to save you now.
Anyway, child. Anyway, child. I ain't got nothing else for them. What I do have, do y'all remember Jason Whitlock? I hope y'all remember Jason Whitlock. This is the last thing we gonna do. If you don't remember Jason Whitlock, let me find a picture of Jason Whitlock for y'all. 1 second. I'm looking for where is All right, I can't find it. I thought I saved the picture, but I can't find it. Anyway, do y'all know who Nick Fuentes is? Do you do you know who Nick Fuentes is? I ain't doing that. All right. So Nick Fuentes called Jason Whitlock a token. When you lay down with racist, when you lay down with racists and then get up and have racist fleas, ain't nobody mad. So these are two dusty people who we don't care nothing about either one of them. And so we just go and watch and laugh because I don't care nothing about these people. So here we go. All right. So Nick Fuentes allegedly made a tweet. I don't care what the tweet
Saying
says.
that to bully
I
you
don't
all.
care what the tweet says. But Jason Whitlock found himself trying to check. Jason the Wits of Locks found himself trying to check Nick Fuentes. And he don't remember that he was hired on to not check white supremacy. So he messed up and decided that he wanted to talk about it. Now, this is sorry. I don't want to be laughing when I talk about this case because I think it's actually kind of important. And I don't fully understand what the outrage is. But I am going to engage. So, are you guys aware? So I'm pulling up a video. I actually wanted to hear someone on YouTube opinion on this. And they're texting me asking if I'm going over it. Yes. So step away so you don't see me going over it. Sorry. This is so annoying because I don't want to talk about this case either. All right. So a young man, black, and another young man who is a twin were at a track. They were at a track meet, different schools. And why does someone's son always try to? Not that's y'all always be playing in my face, and I don't appreciate that. Y'all always be playing in my face, and I don't appreciate that. Why do y'all do that? I can't be laughing because this is very serious, and I need to make sure. All right, I'm putting this. I'm putting this down. All right. The issue, right? We have Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, right? These are the two students. Austin is white, Anthony's black. They're at a track meet. Anthony, what should I do, Carmelo? Carmelo is the black guy who is what he goes over to the tent of Austin. I was going to say Austin McBroom. And he's over there sitting under the tent. Apparently, allegedly, it was raining. Austin goes over, asks him to leave. There is an interaction. I've read the police report. I am not quite sure what this interaction is and how this interaction went. There are allegations that the Austin has he has a twin brother, and they attempted to jump, quote unquote, Carmelo. That is an allegation. I can't confirm this. I don't know if it's true. I have no idea what is happening. But what we do know is at some point during this interaction, Austin is stabbed in the chest by Carmelo. And now there's a $1 million bond, and he's arrested and he will be tried for the unaliving of Austin. That is the extent to which I have any knowledge about this case. I have watched the father of Austin speak. I've watched people who said they're witnesses tweet and post, and there is a lot of conversation happening online with this case. I do not have an opinion on this case. I will not share my opinion on this case because I don't know anything about this case. What I do know is that a white boy was stabbed by a black boy under a tent. That is the extent at a track meet for high schoolers. That is all the information I know. Anyone pushing me to say this or say that and providing context for me, unless you're going to give me evidence, I have no clue. I have zero clue. A young boy is dead. Another young boy stabbed him. That's all. That's it. That's all I know. When the information comes out, when we're following the trial, I will be following this trial. I will keep you up to date, but that is all we know. That's it. All right, cool. So this conversation takes hold on social media, and everyone essentially is like just up in arms about this case. And not in the way that I thought people would be up in arms. I assumed that the conversation would be about I thought the conversation would be about someone being unalived, and was it self-defense? Was it not self-defense? I didn't realize it would take a turn the way that it has, and I don't know how to engage fully in this conversation. All I know is there is an assertion that Carmelo was acting in self-defense, but I haven't seen proof of that. I haven't. As soon as I get proof of that, I'm willing to say it, but I haven't gotten proof of that. So, cool. All right. We're good? We're good. Here is what is happening. And there was a back and forth between Jason Whitlock, apparently, and Nick Fuentes. And this is the part that is very unserious. This part is very unserious. So let's get into it. Let's hear Jason Whitlock addressing Nick Fuentes.
Because I tweeted at or posted at Nick Fuentes. He did not post toward me. I posted towards him. I read into a post that he posted. I was like, oh, he's subtweeting me or subposting me, I guess is what they call it now on X. And I felt like, I got to address this. Who else could he be talking about other than me? Here's his post, and this is, in my view, connected to Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, also yes, I was getting dragged on TikTok. I got dragged through them TikTok streets. I got dragged through them TikTok streets. I was, to be fair, let me tell you. I'm gonna defend myself because I'm not gonna get slandered. I ain't gonna get slandered. I was dragging one person. The only person I cared to drag was the one person I was dragging. This person was not out. Right. All right. There was one person I was dragging, but all the black people were dragging me. All the black people. I was on someone else's live stream, and all the black people were dragging me while I was dragging them. Mind you, I said nothing wrong. I was not mean to anyone. I was not disrespectful. I said, wait, how do you know this? And who asked me to ask them how they knew something, girl? I asked them how they knew. Yeah, I thought this was like a civil. I thought this was like a civil panel where you go on and like just explain yourself and your position. And I said, "Oh, you said they've been bullying whoever." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that. That's good to know. I actually didn't know. Where did you get that from? And where can I find it? Like, where is this information coming from? You don't believe. You are wrong. You're disgusting. You're degenerate. This is not okay." And go there dragging me. And this white lady came in and said, "How dare you? I was like, wait. Okay. So I can get dragged from all these people here dragging me. I ain't gonna take it from you." So yeah, I dragged her and I got dragged and it was fine. She knew by the end of it, by the end of the yelling, and I don't know how to yell properly, and I need to exercise my muscles, my vocal muscles, because I need to be able to yell back and not lose my voice. But she got dragged. And at the end, they were laughing at her. And I became friends with the people on the panel. Well, I don't know if we became friends, but the black women who were dragging me became closer to me towards the end. And they weren't aggressive towards me and mean towards me anymore. And the black men who were on there, they also were like, "Oh, you should come back, blah, blah, blah. Fine, whatever. Y'all want to drag me because it was entertaining for your audience. Fine." We were good, and then they started making fun of the lady, and I was like, "Okay, period, mission accomplished. Let's move on." No. All of the rest were dragging me, but she couldn't. She did not have a right. Anyway, all right, back to this. We are out there on these YouTube in TikTok streets.
And the Austin Metcalf tragedy. And so Fuentes posted on X yesterday around noon Central Time, "So tired of hearing that black crime is caused by, quote, black culture. For some reason, rap music doesn't make white people steal cars and shoot people. It only works on black people." I'll deal with that post here in a second. He followed it up with a second post just minutes later. "Just another in a long list of excuses. Leftists blame it on racism and poverty. Conservatives blame it on culture and godlessness. Blacks create the same culture," he puts culture in quotations, "from LA to Baltimore, from Haiti to London, from Sudan to South Africa, from prehistory to now, it's race." And so I think, let's go to the first one. "So tired of hearing that black crime is caused by black culture." I've been making that argument. For some reason, rap music doesn't make white people steal cars and shoot people. It only works on black people. And so my argument is, and my belief, and I think the facts are, that we're all image bearers of God. God makes no mistakes. Skin color is virtually irrelevant. And culture is the most relevant determinant of behavior, what's normal behavior, what's accepted behavior. Culture establishes that. And quite frankly, I'm quite critical of the culture that American blacks have adopted. We have been introduced to Christianity. Christianity has been part of our religious tradition for hundreds of years. And by this time, we should be smart enough and far enough along in our journey to know there is no value in black culture. And that if we look around at everybody else in America, they're not taking their culture from their skin color. They're taking their culture from the values they say they respect and uphold. Many people are taking their culture from their religious faith, and they've bought into that. And quite frankly, many white people, whether black people want to hear it or not, have no.
This, by the way, is why I don't mind him getting dragged for filth. I disagree, and I don't like it. Nick Fuentes, and he's a racist, white supremacist, white nationalist, useless, weak, A nothing, A B word. Yes, all of that. Great, yes. But I'm glad he dragged him. I'm very. We're about to watch this drag in a minute. Don't worry.
Interest in living up to a white culture because they don't think there's any value in it. In the culture they want to live up to, sometimes it may be secular, but it's family. Hey, we want to be a part of a family culture. There are some that don't. They're feminists, they're leftists, they're idiots, and they reject that. And then many.
Let me summarize it, because this man just gonna go blah blah blah. Yeah. And nobody want to hear that. I don't know how people sit there listen to this man talk about anything for any extended period of time. In any case, he is saying, "Oh no, it's not black. It's not because we are black that we are doing these things. It's the culture." Mind you, he's only doing that not to defend blackness, but because he wants to be excluded from the culture. And Nick Fuentes was like, "No, all of y'all disgusting." Not true, but he's dragging this man. And he is racist. And this man, what's his name, Whitlock, was out here defending Nick Fuentes when Nick Fuentes says, "I don't want to live in a black neighborhood." This one just sat up there talking about, "Oh my God, why y'all mad at Nick Fuentes? Nick Fuentes said nothing wrong. Nick Fuentes is a good man. I don't see Nick Fuentes as racist." So this is what Nick Fuentes had to say about him.
And by the way,
this is what the Nick Fuentes had to say about him.
You are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a
Yeah. Yeah. Ain't nobody going to check me. Ain't nobody going to check me. Absolutely not.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views. That's why you get paid. And that's why I don't, because I didn't have the privilege of being born black. I was born white. So there's a limit on what I can say. There's a limit on what I can say without being penalized in the so-called free marketplace of ideas, and everybody knows it.
This was a shocking piece.
Right. This is a racist rant. This is straight up racism, right? But also, he's not wrong about Jason being a token. He said, "I'm going to check you." Yeah, tell me why Jason Whitlock came back crying. Yeah, what is it? This is Jason Whitlock. Jason come back, Jesus, and we need to be Jesus-centered because Jesus. Yeah, when I say this man feel like he gonna cry. Obviously, yeah, ain't no way, ain't no way. This man said, all I tried to tell you, he said, I promise you, he said, I know that I'm useless. I know that I am nothing. I know that I am not good. I know that I'm not important. But I have Jesus, and Jesus is the reason for the season. Look, I ain't lying. You think I'm not lying.
Tweeted out 2 days ago or whenever it was, so tired of hearing that black crime is caused by black culture. For some reason, rap music doesn't make white people steal cars and shoot people. It only works on black people. He had a follow-up tweet to that that further, you know what, let's take the time to, let's grab the follow-up tweet as well, because I want to make sure I provide, we got time, I want to make sure I provide. But he's talking about me because I've been leading a conversation now for 4.5, 5 years about this demonic, toxic culture that too many black people have bought into, the culture of racial idolatry, the culture of entitlement, the culture of victimhood, no, I'm about to read it. Oh, yep. I'm sorry. The culture of victimhood, the culture of hip hop and hedonism. And if you get disrespect, the enemy is paying people on social media to promote racial division and conflict. The aftermath of Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony is a psyop. Don't fall for it. Stand on the word. Rebuke any so-called believer not pointing to Christ. That was my response. And so I want to, and this is going to take a second, and many of you are going to struggle to follow me.
Here it is. Here it goes. Here it goes. Oh, Jesus. Wait,
as I go here, but trust me, I'm telling you the truth about how you should all feel. That's if you're a believer. If you're a secular person, this show's really not for you. This is for people claiming Christ as King, Christ as Lord and Savior. So I don't care what Nick Fuentes has to say about me. He can call me every name in the book. I don't care what anybody says about me. This isn't me talking tough. This isn't me saying I have the thickest skin in the world. This is me submitting.
Period. A submissive king. Period.
To my irrelevance, my lack of importance. This is me acknowledging exactly who I am. I'm unimportant. What people think about me is unimportant. And so when you hear me say, and I say it pretty consistently, I don't care if people are racist. I truly do not. People can say whatever they want about black people. I don't care. They're not important. What triggers me is when people lie on Jesus.
He know he can't defend black people because he will be fired. This man, a black man, is sitting up here and he can't defend blackness. He can't defend. This man just said black people are degenerate. That's what that Nick Fuentes guy just said. He said it's not culture, it is the black. That's what Nick Fuentes does. And he cannot defend blackness. He cannot defend blackness. He cannot. He is defending Jesus. He's defending Jesus. And even in his defense of Jesus, he has to come out, I am soft. I am sweet. I am submissive. I come ye not as a black man, but as a Christian. I come forth to drag you about God and you lying on Jesus. Now you know he mad and he want to drag for the black. Yeah, the blackness is what he want to drag for, but he cannot. He can't. And he knows exactly where he is. He understands fully. And I don't feel bad for the Mucinex monster. I do not feel bad for Jason. Jason, I don't have any. I don't feel bad for him. Just sitting up there looking as useless as ever. This is your leader. This is your leader. This is the one who is going to provide and protect. Who have a little boy sitting in front of him, calling him out of his name, dragging him for filth, telling him he is useless, he provides nothing, dragging not just him, but his entire lineage and people who look like him, and he cannot do anything about it at all. He has to come back in this submissive tone in defense of Jesus and not the thing that that man dragged, which is his blackness. That is the plight of the black conservative. All right, I will say the black conservative, but the Jason ilk. The Jason Whitlock ilk. Oh, he can come out here and he can twerk, he can flip, he can dip, he can do it. Whenever he's checking a black person, whenever Jason Whitlock is checking a black person, he dragged them for filth. He dragged them, he dig in. Oh, a white person comes up. Ooh. Now, I'll pull back. Oh yeah, please send it to Sin. Here, let me put it in the chat so y'all can send it to Sin. Send this to Sin and let her know I sent it. I'ma send it regardless.
And then what really triggers me is when people lie on Jesus and use something I said to tell that lie. That is what triggers me. And so Nick Fuentes and I don't know if we'll play this all, because I'm going to play several of his clips because I want to be fair to what he argued on his show.
I want to be fair to what he argued. This man called you a degenerate, useless, weak, and nothing can be. What do you mean you want to be fair?
I put out that tweet, and he put out a 4.5, 5-hour show, and about 45 minutes of it was spent attacking me. And so we'll play several of these clips of him attacking me. And he starts, and I don't know if we'll play this clip, but he starts out by saying, hey, he tells a story about me either late last week or early this week. It all runs together for me at this point. One day you'll be 57 and can't keep track of the days. But I think it was late last week. I called him a heretic, but I also pointed out, like, he did some video where he said he didn't want to live around black people. And I said on this show, man, that sounds like what Jesse Jackson said in the late 80s, 90s. And so you can run around and pretend like what he's saying is offensive and or beyond the bounds. But I'm like, well, let's judge the actions of black people. Let's judge what black people say about black people.
Let's judge what black people say about black people. You sat up there and defended a man who was overtly racist, dragging black people all his career. This man does nothing but drag black people every chance he gets, and you defended him. Why did you throw your disgusting degenerate hat in there? Why? Did this white man ask you for a backup? Did he tell you that he needed a star football player? Hmm? Why? Who asked you to do that? The man don't even know you. Looking like everyone's struggling, no one will leave. Looking like all your life you had to fight. Ain't nobody asked you for none of that. So I'm tired even talking. Ain't nobody, look, no. I want to be fair to him. He said he didn't want to live around black people. Mind you, Nick Fuentes ain't told him why he don't want to live around black people. Nick Fuentes just said, I don't want to live around black people. Being the dusty, disgusting, degenerate, racist troll that he is, he just said, I don't want to live around black people. And we moved about our lives and moved on because ain't nobody care nothing about what Nick Fuentes has to say. Nick Fuentes should be worried about Destiny and what he was doing with Destiny in that video that I heard, allegedly. I don't like people checking me. I don't like my family messaging me, telling me to pull back. I don't like me. I don't like my family. I'm gonna put my phone. I'm gonna put my phone on mute next time I come live. Next time I come live, I'm gonna put this on mute. All right. Okay. I'll put. I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't. It's fine. Just know you guys can drag my family. They're the ones telling me to not. Period. Submitting. Is this the protection they're offering? No. Right. Right. Darcy, thank you. Wake up, maker. Darcy said, Uncle Rucker submitting to white boy.
When they think only black people are listening. Let's judge their actions. As soon as we get enough money, we move away from black people into white neighborhood. Jesse Jackson's quoted on record saying, oh boy, I step up to an ATM machine and there's someone walking behind me and I'm relieved when I look around and find a white man. He's saying the exact same thing as Nick Fuentes.
He is not. He did not. No, he's not. He has said there are certain times and certain places and people that I'm afraid of. Fine, whatever. Maybe it's not good. Nick Fuentes said, I don't want to live around black people. He didn't qualify the kind of black people. He didn't qualify which we high income, low. He didn't qualify none of it. And either way, he racist. So the fact that you sat up there, put your dusty self out there like, I'm a master, I'm a defend you. You did that. Ain't nobody asked you to do it. No one asked you to do it. And he's reminding, mind you, the only reason he's reminding us, I wish I had this up. The only reason he's reminding you of what he did to protect Nick Fuentes is Nick reminded people that he did it. Nick, this is how diabolical this Nick degenerate is. He reminded people that Jason Whitlock, for no reason at all, Nick Fuentes reminded people that Jason Whitlock defended him a long time ago when he said he didn't want to live around black people, and he thanked him for that, right? Why you think Nick Fuentes did that? Nick Fuentes did that so we can drag him. Nick Fuentes. Girl, when I said Jason Whitlock is getting dragged through these Twitter streets, Jason Whitlock is getting dragged through these Twitter streets.
It's the exact same thing. It doesn't matter the color of Jesse's skin. It doesn't make it any different. He's saying the exact same thing. And so I was like, y'all can pretend to get upset with Nick Fuentes, but our actions and the things that we say when white people aren't listening sounds exactly like what Nick Fuentes is saying. But he's now saying, Nick Fuentes, he credited me for that. But he's now saying I contradicted myself by criticizing him over Twitter. And he thinks I'm protecting me or that I'm upset about anything he said about me. And it's just not true. He's lying on Jesus and he's calling himself a Christian. And he's got people following him who think they're in alignment with Jesus Christ and that they're following Jesus. And my question to any of them, and and we'll play clips here so you can get a taste of what he did. His angry, profane, Stephen A. Smith-like response.
We know you're mad because he called you degenerate. Here's the thing, it is so strange that he thinks he can wrap the fact that he's mad that Nick Fuentes called him a degenerate into like Christian and Nick Fuentes being anti-Christ. He think he can no one believes that. We know you're mad, and that's why the racists online are dragging you, the black people online are dragging, everyone online is dragging this. Everyone online is dragging this man. He looked like he been through it. When a twin can have you submitting, it's time to pack it up. Kelly, right.
To 3 or 4 sentences from me over Twitter. He's got 45 minutes of a deranged, profane response while calling himself a Christian. And what I'm complaining about overall, hey, bro, point to Christ. And so your narrative that this melanin skin, this darker shade of a skin color, that a tone that we all share, there's just different shades of it. Show me in the Bible where this is.
No. You said you submit. What? This man is really out here trying to say this is about Christ and Bible when he just upset that Nick Fuentes think he's a degenerate. So he thought Nick Fuentes liked him. These men, these black men and women, siding with white supremacy, thinking, oh, I am the exception. They like me. Realizing that these people don't like you because you're black is wild. So he's getting a rude awakening, talking about, all I did was ask a racist, why are you racist? Like, you should be racist because you're a Christian. And like, I didn't know that slave masters were in fact Christians while they were enslaving people. You're a Christian. You shouldn't be doing that. Tell that to the slave masters, girl. Ugh.
The foundation of all truth for believers is in the Bible. And so any of you all that listen to this show or watch this show on a regular basis, what is my number one complaint with a great number of black Americans? What is my complaint with a great number of black?
Yeah, he got to remind his audience, hey guys, I'm not just dragging a white man. I've always been dragging black men. I promise I've always been dragging black people, black men, black women. I drag black people, black. That's what he is like. He's like, I drag black people, so please leave me alone. That's what he is saying. And right now, I'm not even dragging a white man. I'm just talking about Christianity. He can't drag. He can't disrespect. He can't go in. He can't do anything. His hands are tied. All he's doing now is being weak and useless, crying about some Christianity that neither him nor that one on the screen cares about. And he knew that. Like, oh my God, I vote for Trump. If you vote for Trump, I don't want to hear nothing about no Christian values. Just shut it. Just shut up.
Ministers. They run around and think the world and what's going on in the world is determined by black and white, by skin color. And I've asked virtually once a week on this show for 4.5 or 5 years, show it to me in the Bible. You're calling God a liar because it's not in the Bible. But if God said the world was ruled by skin color and race, he would have put it in the Bible.
All right, well, go to Genesis, somewhere in where was the curse of Ham? Did I make up the curse of Ham? I'm pretty sure I can find the curse. I'm not going to look it up. I'm just going to say it's in there somewhere. I'm sure there was some curse of some Ham somewhere. So there. He said to show him. Apparently he ain't read it. I just disregard that part of the Bible, FYI. There's a lot of the parts that I just disregard. It's fine. I'm not the best, but I am Christian still.
But that's not what he put in the Bible. So your claim is inconsistent with the word of God, the foundation of truth, while you're claiming Christ and while you're getting other people to think they're following Christ by following you as you lead them into a burning pit of hell.
This is so disgusting. A black man completely removed from any sense of manhood, masculinity, womanhood, femininity. He got nothing. He got nothing. There is nothing there. Nothing there. He cannot fight back. He will not fight back. He will not push back. He gonna sit there and talk about Christ. You are leading people away from Christ. He call you degenerate, useless N-word. Like, what do you mean? You mean he's moving away from it? Wait, let me go into these comments. I probably should have looked in these comments. Whitlock, this is bad for you. Everybody seems to be onto you. Sellouts have no refuge. Nick Fuente basically call you a DEI. Whitlock has zero smoke for Nick Fuentes. Jason. Oh, he didn't have the same energy for Nick as he has for it's one thing for a black person to call you out of your name, but when another race can see what we can see, it's insane. Well, that white lady called me out of my name and I dragged her for filth. ain't nobody gonna try that. Whitlock just call Fuentes and say you will come clean his house and call it a day. Oh. Oh. Wait, so he's not just getting dragged on Twitter. This man getting dragged everywhere, girl. Everywhere. I am black and never thought I would see the day Nick Fuentes would check Jason and Jason goes to talk about Jesus. What some people think about you, Jason? You made an enemy out of Nick and Stephen A. Now, sheesh. Call a token to his face. The energy isn't the same addressing this Nick guy like you do, Stephen A. Period. Nick is wrong about a lot of things, but he's 100%. Yeah, this man really said he's not about to filter these comments. This man said he gonna leave these comments up getting dragged.
By removing them from biblical truth to rely on your understanding. The Bible tells us to not lean into our understanding. It says lean into God's understanding.
So pathetic. This is so pathetic. This is what they do to young women in the church when both men and women, the pastor do something wrong, they lecture the woman and use the Bible to sidestep accountability. He is using the Bible to allow Nick Fuentes to sidestep accountability. This man is just sitting here doing absolutely nothing. That is insane. This is insanity. Someone read you down. Someone read you down like that and you're not going to drag him. Even if you lose the back and forth, at least you dragged him. Right? You gave it your all. You said, Nick Fuentes, you are not great. You are not a good person. You are a bad, 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 bad boy. Oh my God, I can't believe you're this useless. This man have dragged black people. He dragged Serena Williams, dragged Beyonce, dragged Sexy Red, like this man been dragging black people like there's no tomorrow. Dragged Stephen A. deservingly. And now it's time for you to drag someone for real, who literally called you out of your name, tell you are token, that you're useless, you're weak, ain't nothing a B word, your DEI or affirmative action is why you got your job, you're dumb, you're just as degenerate as everyone. Like this man dragged you, and you come back and say, but God. Period. I mean, as a Christian, I can get it, but as a man, it's just like, well, sucks to suck. Sucks to suck.
And what the Bible is a historic account of different groups of people falling into pagan cultures. It's a repeat of that on a loop. The children of Israel giving into pagan cultures, pagan customs, idolatry, and dealing with the consequences of them falling into pagan cultures. That's the story of the Bible. You don't have to ask me. You can go read it for yourself. And so that's what upsets me. People that claim Christ, but lean into their own understanding and then tell other people, lean into my understanding because I'm smarter than God. Race explains everything. This is a racial conflict that's playing out globally. My Bible and anybody else's Bible tells you we're all from the seed of Adam. My Bible tells me that we were all made in God's image, that he knew us in the womb. It says nothing in the Bible. Hey, there's a group of people that are in.
Nick Fuentes never talked about Jesus when it comes to this. He's saying that Nick Fuentes talking the way he's talking means that Nick Fuentes is not Christian. Nick Fuentes said nothing about Christianity to this man. Nick Fuentes said nothing about Jesus to this man. This man just didn't know an angle to drag Nick Fuentes. He did not have an angle because he cannot be caught out here slipping. By slipping means attacking white people for being racist. Jason Whitlock cannot attack white people for being racist when his whole platform is based on the idea that racism is fine, we're just victims. Black people are just victims of themselves. So he can't say, oh my God, you're racist, you call me names and you're racist. No, you're a DEI hire. And he can't do nothing about it. Can't do nothing about it. So he's like, and God said, when there was water, yes, and we all are one. This is so useless. This is so, like, I am so disgusted. When I tell you that I'm disgusted, I am so disgusted.
Inferior, and that I made in a defective way. And you can tell them by their skin color. That would be in the Bible if it were true. So,
wait, so you don't think there's a hierarchy racially in the Bible? I mean, maybe I could have misseen it. I could have misread the Bible, and I read it once back to front, and then every other time was me going through randomly. Was it once? I don't know how many times, but I did read it back to front at some point.
acknowledge, hey man, I really don't care nothing about this Bible. I am, and I'm gonna tell you who he is. White Louis Farrakhan. That's who he is. And you know,
by the way, he continuously have to continue. He continuously have to drag black people in to remind his base that he's still pro-racism. He has to drag black people at every chance he get because he needs to remind his base that he's still pro-racism and he just wants to be the exception. Because ain't no reason to be talking about Louis Farrakhan right now. You just need to deal with the racist that's dragging you. Don't worry about Louis Farrakhan. You need to worry about the racist dragging you.
know how I know it? Because I used to go to Louis Farrakhan speeches all the time when I was young and dumb. I used to be the expert on everything that came out of Louis Farrakhan's mouth. And Louis Farrakhan, like Nick Fuentes, and like ministers, black ministers all over America knows if I really want to attract a following, the way to attract a following in the world is to lean into racial idolatry. And so you mix some truth with racial idolatry, you get a big audience. You get a big following. You can build you the Fruit of Islam and a security force. You can build you a Groypers movement. And they will go out and spam and harass whoever you point them at. And so I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly who I'm upsetting, and I know exactly what they're going to do because they're a part of a cult that thinks they're following God and they're actually following an asset.
Girl, what are you? Oh, this is his attack. This is the asset. The asset attack. Because people have been saying how Nick Fuentes is an asset because he should have been arrested at the January 6th riot because he was there. Nick Fuentes was there telling people to go storm the Capitol and take over the Capitol. Let me tell my friend to come watch this. Come look at this clip with Nick at the Capitol.
And so my response, and this is where I'm just like, it's not me. This discernment, this instincts, it's not me. I know how stupid I am. I know how irrelevant I am. It's not me.
I know how stupid and irrelevant I am. Girl, just go ahead and we're cooked. We're cooked. Yeah, I think we're cooked. I think we're cooked. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've received a blessing from God that I can't even, again, it's my whole writing ability. This isn't from me being a great scholar. This is a blessing from God. These instincts.
So DEI, you aren't good at your job. You ain't do this. DEI. By the way, this is not what DEI means. I'm using DEI in the context that the Trump supporters do. So just know that. DEI. Got it.
Things where I can read a book and go, hey, Stephen A. Smith wants to run for president. That's not me, that's God. And so when I tweeted out my response to Nick Fuentes, and I put Ray Epps in it, Nick Fuentes thinks that I knew he was at January 6th. He thinks that I knew that Tucker Carlson had already called him an asset. He thinks I knew none of it. Look, everybody knows where my expertise is, covering sports. I pay attention to politics. I apply the biblical wisdom that I've acquired to my takes and opinions on politics. You know, I kind of follow cultural things, but I'm no sort of political expert. Not the way others. I don't follow it. And I'm friends with Tucker Carlson, and I love Tucker Carlson, but I don't follow everything that he does.
We get it. You're useless and politics is not for you. And Nick Fuentes saying you got the job to cover politics is you being disgusting and degenerate because you are not good. That's what Nick Fuentes said about you. And you're like, oh my God, I'm not the best. I'm not the best. I'm not good. It's just God. It's just, shut up. DEI, fire him. Fire him. I'm kidding. This is like, ugh. Like, ooh. But we were kings. We are strong leaders, and they're afraid of us. They are afraid. The white king. Talking about they're afraid. Ain't nobody afraid of you, girl. My skin is dry. I forgot to moisturize today. I completely forgot. Ew. Looking like Jason Whitlock.
And so people will make an assumption that I do. No clue. No clue that Tucker Carlson had, I don't know, a year ago, 6 months ago. I'm not sure. I'm gonna play you a clip. I think it's him and the comedian Dave Smith are talking, and they get on a topic about these assets, these feds. They talk about Ray Epps and what he was doing on January 6th. And I'm telling you, I had no idea when I put out that tweet that Nick Fuentes was at January 6th and that Nick Fuentes had directed people into the Capitol. I did not know. He thinks I knew. He thinks that my friendship with Tucker Carlson and that me and Tucker Carlson sit up gossiping on the phone about Nick Fuentes. It never happened. And so it's like when I connected these dots, I thought, oh, this is why the dude's upset. This is a hit dog. But let's play the Tucker Carlson clip. I think it's slot number 3.
An inside job to a large degree.
Can we just establish that anybody who screamed, let's storm the Capitol, I can think of 2 people who did, who was not arrested, didn't spend time in jail.
Was defended by Democrats in the Congress.
Yes. But he wasn't alone. There's another prominent person who did that as well, as I know you know. Didn't get arrested, didn't go to jail. I mean, what can we conclude from that?
Yes.
He's talking about Ray Epps, and he's talking about Nick Fuentes. I did not know this. So when I put that tweet out, that was just my instinct. That was just me like, smells like a Fed to me, smells like an asset. Let's play the clip, SOT 4. This is Nick Fuentes at the Capitol on January 6th, directing people into the Capitol.
All right. So I had forgotten about this clip, and I do need this clip to go viral, not for his sake, but I'm going to get off the screen and play this because I think this is super important, and because one of the things people have been saying is like, it was a peaceful protest at the Capitol. It was never a peaceful protest at the Capitol. We know this. We know this for a fact. But this is the clip that actually proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was about overthrowing a democracy. Ready? All right, let's play because I'm definitely going to clip this.
They betray us, and now we are forcibly evicting them from the people's house.
A lot of people sat in prison for 3 and 4 years for a lot less than that. And you've heard me say.
Okay, you want to know something dumb? This is a perfect opportunity to drag him for being unpatriotic, terrorist, anti-democratic, all of that. You can drag him now. Guess what? Jason Whitlock can't. Jason Whitlock has called the people who raided the Capitol heroes. So what Jason is about to do in his dusty self is trying to segment that which him calling the people heroes versus Nick Fuentes. And his distinction in that dusty, useless mind of his is going to be that they are heroes because they went to jail or prison. And because Nick Fuentes didn't go to prison, that somehow means that he's the bad actor. Because he can say them storming the Capitol, which was degenerate, right? Them attempting to overthrow an election was degenerate. Instead of being able to do that and drag Nick Fuentes and tell Nick Fuentes he should have been in jail, he can't do that because he needs to call the Capitol rioters. He needs to call them currently heroes. You're useless. You're useless. If this is the leader, if this is the protection, we good. We good. Absolutely not.
And I'll stand on this. You've heard me, you've watched me in real time. January 6th, I started defending those people on January 7th. I'm no Johnny come lately. Day one, I was like, I like them people. And 4 years later, I love them people. They went to prison, did the time, sat with their Bibles, sat with God, prayed together, sang songs together, survived that.
No, you dumb idiot, useless, degenerate, weekend. You're just so useless. You can't say they shouldn't have gone to prison, they're heroes, but the reason they're heroes is because they go to prison. You have to first say that what they did in storming the Capitol was wrong. You can't say Nick Fuentes is wrong for encouraging storming of the Capitol if you don't think storming the Capitol was wrong. Are you dumb? You can't half-heartedly make the argument. That's why you're getting dragged. You useless piece. Ugh. Just, how are you sitting up there looking like you looked at? I mean, storming the Capitol wasn't wrong. They're heroes. They're good people. They're amazing people. They did nothing wrong. But Nick Fuentes is wrong for what for? For storming the Capitol? If Nick Fuentes, in your dusty, degenerate, disgusting, useless mind, is wrong for storming the Capitol, every last one of them would be wrong for storming the Capitol. You can say, I mean, storming the Capitol was not bad. They're heroes. They're amazing. They shouldn't have gone to prison. But the reason I love them is because they went to prison. Nick Fuentes didn't go to prison. Why would he? Why would you want him to go to prison if you didn't think he did anything wrong? Ew.
Those are the people that have been vetted and tested. The people that did that and face no consequences, I'm very suspicious of. Very suspicious of. Had no idea that Tucker had said this. And so when Nick Fuentes launched into his 45-minute tirade, profane tirade, name calling, and all this other stuff, I'm like, where's the God?
I get it. He's saying Nick Fuentes in an op, which is why he didn't get locked up. Yes, something I believe, but you can't say he should have been locked up while calling them heroes. You can't say you dislike him. Just say you dislike him for being an op. You can't use him there, show him there, and say, oh, he should have been locked up too. He also doesn't want to say he's an op because he doesn't want to get sued. As if Nick Fuentes going through anyone. He can't commit. He cannot commit to anything. He cannot commit to a drag.
Where's the great Christian? There is none. With all of this, with everybody, if they're not pointing to Christ and the cross, they're not Christians. If they're leaning into their own understanding, if their response to some criticism is, hey, let me put together a 45-minute name-calling, profanity-laced tirade, that smells like Stephen A. Smith to me. And I've said on this show and told you exactly who Stephen A. Smith is. And that he's got puppet masters and puppet strings. And I told you 2 years ago, this dude wants to run for president. Powerful people are clearly backing him. They've written a book. And then so when I go look into Nick Fuentes' background, and I'm like, the Boston Globe?
Demuth, it's the sellout money. He's the new Candace. Yeah, he got it like, ugh. He's not good at this. He sounds like Lady Danbury husband. Yes. I sound like his bottom lip too heavy to talk. All right, no, that was out of pocket. Never mind.
Wrote a story about this dude in 2016 or 2017. He's a freshman in college at Boston University, and the Boston Globe, the legacy media, is starting to build him up. Like, how? Why? I mean, the Boston Globe, the New York Times, they don't do this for real people, for authentic people clips. And I don't know if I'll do this in the right order, but I want to give a fair hearing. And, you know, the guy, I listened to the entire 45 minutes or however long it was. Can't play the whole 45 minutes. I just want to give you a flavor. And a couple of these clips are really long. We got a 5-minute clip, but I just want to be fair to the guy and let him. So
you keep saying you want to be fair to someone who call you the N-word and say you're useless, a DEI, you're a token, you have nothing to offer, and you're a disgusting degenerate. Why you want to be fair to him again, you useless person?
You can't say I'm taking him out of context. But so let's start with slot number 5. This is a long one. It's about 5 minutes. It's Fuentes on black culture and Jews and all of that. Let's play the clip.
And this black conservative commentator from The Blaze, a former sports commentator named Jason Whitlock, replied to my monologue. And he called me a heretic, which I didn't appreciate, but he didn't elaborate on that, so I didn't take it too personally. And he said that he understands where I'm coming from. He said that other black people have said the same thing that I've said, so it's not necessarily a racial thing. He says he kind of can understand it. And then today he had a completely different take. I posted today, and I'll tell you my position on this, and then I'll return to my beef now with Jason. So I replied to Jason on my show very graciously, and I said, look, I respect this guy immensely, but I disagree. And I elaborated about that. I elaborated on that point today on Twitter. I said, I'm getting really sick and tired of white people and black people blaming everything other than black people. People like Jason Whitlock say the problem with young YNs, young black men, these black adolescents, they say the problem with them is the culture. It's the rap music made them this way. How many times are we going to hear this one? The glorification of gangster culture made them this way. Rap music made them this way. Tupac made them this way. The media made them this way. Jews made them. People blame the Jews now. They blame the rich. They say the rich are dividing the white and the black people. Always excuses. And I said on Friday, and I said today, I'm really getting sick and tired of hearing that because we all know it's not true. Just one problem with that idea, it just isn't true. It is a racial issue. For all the people saying, and it brings me no joy to say this, I'm not happy about that, but it's the reality. I deal in reality. I'm a truth teller. So I know that makes black people uncomfortable. It makes white people uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable reality. And for some, it's very upsetting and it's offensive. And that's a shame because it's the truth. But for all those people that say we want to take race out of the conversation, we just simply can't because the common denominator is race. We are not being accosted in downtown Chicago by people who are bad Christians. We're not being accosted downtown by people who listen to rap music. We're not accosted downtown by people that worship gangster culture. We're being accosted by black people. We're being accosted by black men, young adolescent black men with black skin, with big noses, African Americans. They're not even necessarily.
I was going to say that. How my nose get in it? Y'all drop the nose icon in the chat, please. Give me copy. How my nose get in? He had a pocket. I think he had a pocket. Yo, that man knows good. See, Whitlock, Jason Dusty Whitlock. This is why you got people out there attacking my features. Ain't nobody got time to hear Nick Fuentes talking about my nose. Oh my God. By the way, I'm not about to respond to him on white people dragging and being degenerate for most of American history. Not going to do it because this is not my fight. This is Jason Whitlock's fight. You go on, you racist young man. you go, you racist young man, dragging my nostrils.
Early African. They're not the Nigerian immigrants that drive for Uber. They're the African American descendants of slaves in the United States. They're black men. That is who is accosting us. And if it were cultural, that wouldn't be the case. I said this today on Twitter. For all of these conservatives that say it's the black culture, why don't white people? Why don't you see white male teenagers stabbing and shooting and carjacking and taking over the city? Why don't you see that? Do white people not listen to rap music? Do white people not go to rap concerts? Do white people not speak like black people in Ebonics, in African American vernacular English? Do white people not worship black celebrities? Do white people not pretend to be gangsters? Of course they do. So do Hispanics. So do Asians. When you look at some of the biggest nerds in rap culture, it's Asians, it's Asian music producers. When's the last time you've seen an Asian gang take over downtown Chicago, mug people on the subway, carjack people? You just don't see it. You see black people, not people that listen to rap music. It just so happens that black people do. And why do you think this is? For all the people that blame it on the culture, hey, guess who made black culture? Black people. Black people are being made to do these things by black culture. Well, guess who made black culture? Black people. And there is a minority of people who say, well, the Jews made black culture. Candace Owens says the Jews made black culture this way. There's some truth to this. Jewish people produced, and by that I mean funded, rap music and black culture, but black people made it. But black people made it.
So that entire 5 minutes.
If you say God one more time, you and I gonna have another problem. You and I go, you just listen to that man drag you for filth. Drag me for filth. You're not about to stand up. Get up off your knee and stand up.
Is a defense.
Hop up on your good foot. Jason Whitlock, hop up. Good luck. Hop up on your good foot, Jason Whitlock. I mean, he's hop up on your good foot. Well, maybe not hop, but like slowly stand up on your good foot with a walker. Young white men are shooting up. Yeah. Oh, this is easily debunkable. It is easy to drag Nick for filth. Jason need to do it. Thank you, Kilo. I'm about to hurry up and get this done because we need to go in the Discord and wreak havoc. we need to go. Tim is making me wish I had mango slices. Oh, this is so spicy and good. Mind you, they said this has 6 servings. They said this entire bag that I opened today while I was on here have 6 servings. Tried it.
Primarily of rap music and rap culture. Hey, there's nothing really wrong with this demonic energy that they're lacing in music and using as a tool to represent an entire group of people. There's nothing wrong with that. And don't blame the people that finance that. It's your fault. Because me and my friends, we listen to this demonic, nihilistic music. And we haven't killed anybody, and we don't. And so he's defending something that is reprehensible while calling himself a Christian. And so his next video...
This man didn't call himself a Christian right now. Like, ain't nobody got time for... The sketch for his school would be Nick Fuentes. Like, Nick, there's so many ways you can drag this man, but you can't. You literally... Yes, are we playing? Yeah. Let me hurry up. Let's see one more clip and then we go play in dust. Yeah, we're going to play in dust. One more clip.
Could potentially be, hey man, I watch porn. And hey, I'm a virgin. And I watch porn. So you can't blame it on porn. Porn doesn't harm anyone. Because I watch porn and I'm a virgin. Porn hasn't harmed me. It doesn't contribute to the decaying of society. It doesn't contribute to nihilism. It's only this weak group of...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. To have this little boy dog walk you is absolutely diabolical and disgusting, and you're filthy and for it. I hope you never see another day without getting dragged for how weak and useless you are, looking all of 78 while having a 20-something-year-old drag dog walk you into... Well, I guess none of y'all intellectual. Y'all just disgusting. Ew. needs to look up stats on the race of Syria. No. There's so many ways to drag this man. Jason Whitlock can't do it because he doesn't want to attack the way that he needs to attack. And I think anyone with a brain cell knows how to drag Nick Fuentes based on what he just said and how inaccurate it is. It is easy to drag him, but Jason Whitlock can't do it. He can't do it because he needs to hold. I am okay with racism, but I'm not okay with his ungodliness. So he can be on the side of a racist. What he doesn't understand is no matter how religious and Christian these racists are, you're still black and they don't like you. You dusty, disgusting, degenerate, useless person. And how dare you step out of line? And black people, myself included, aren't about to sit here and say, oh my God, Nick Fuentes said, no, we don't care. We don't care what Nick Fuentes did to you. You deserve every second of it, every bit of it. I don't know how this little skinny boy dragged you across the corridor looking like you look, but the failure is in you. You failed. You lost. Disgusting. Ugh. Talking about everyone afraid of the black. We are king. We are leader. No, you're not leader. You don't lead anything. You're disgusting. You can't even hold sentences together. Getting dragged by ugh. Let this be a lesson to you. There are times when the gloves come off, and when they come off, just leave them off. Do what you need to do. Verbally, don't ever attack anyone, obviously, physically. And just do what you need to do, because absolutely no one is going to sit here. I believe with all my heart that there is no reason why any man should be, or woman actually, any human should sit there and have Nick Fuentes do to them what Nick Fuentes did to Jason Whitlock. To be neuter, never mind. Let's see what Amazing Lucas is talking about.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't disagree. I don't know a lot of women that'd be turned on by someone with a swastika. Oh, once you go black, we don't want you back. And I'm just like, this is some crazy shit.
Abuse. We confronted him, and then he has you have 200.
All right. Well, I don't have a disagreement, man.
All right, bored. Not doing that. That is boring. All right. Well, have a wonderful night. The Discord said I need to come. I need to come give attention to the Discord. So I will have to go give attention to the Discord. I apologize for that mic issue that I had. I will actually have to buy a new mic cord because it is actually broken, like completely broken. It is a miracle. I feel like whoever I was going to talk about, they tried me and they tried it. But my God, don't play about me. Sorry. I'm sorry. I've always wanted to say that. My God, don't play about. Anyway, have a wonderful, wonderful night, you all. I hope I kept your company well, and I will see you again. If I can, I will try to make at least 2 streams next week or 3. But yeah, have a wonderful night. Bye.